political space. We got come together, left and right, to talk about issues both political, cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today we're going to be talking about gaming. Uh, there has been quite a bit of push in the culture from all sides. Politics in gaming, politicizing gaming, has gaming gone woke? Today we are going to be talking about something very specific. Has modern gaming lost its way? And we're going to be debating representation and inclusion in gaming. Does it distract from games? Is it making games better or is it making games worse, and why? And we've got a lovely list of people here to talk about it today. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. If you're in chat and you're wanting to see more of my stuff, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. But we're going to get into it right now. We're going to start with someone who reached out to me to actually do this show, and I'm happy you did. Jaffe,
Hey.
what are your thoughts here?
Okay, well, let me just say thank you for having me. I just posted it. Now I won't look at that anymore. Okay, my thoughts here. Honestly, I'm hearing an echo, by the way. I don't know if anybody else is, but I can live with it if you guys can. Honestly, my thoughts are... test. Yeah, that's better now. It's gone now. My thoughts are, it's not that it's a complicated topic, but I'll tell you who I am, right? That's what you wanted me to do first? Okay, sorry. I'm flustered. I'm David Jaffe. I made a bunch of videos.
Oh, brother. Yeah.
You said, what are my thoughts? Shh, listen, focus, Jaffe. Come on now. Look, here are my thoughts. No, first here, whose I am. I used to make video games 20 years. I was the creator, or, it's a team effort, but I was the lead designer, lead writer, whatnot on God of War, and then Twisted Metal. I've made games after that. And then the last maybe 5 years I've been doing YouTube, talking all about games, game business, philosophy, game design, blah, blah, blah. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Happy to have you here. We'll get into it as we go. And thanks for reaching out once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I forgot. I didn't take my ADD medicine. That's what it is. I'll be right back. No, keep going though. I know all these. I know King. So do King next, because I already know all about him. I spy on him. He doesn't even know it.
I got you. Okay. Someone I've just now met. It seems like a pleasant enough individual, but I'm excited to have you on and hear your thoughts. Tell people who you are, what you do, and why we should listen to you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lord King David, Iron Lords Podcast, and also Xbox Frontline News and Frontline Gaming Streams. I'm a pseudo journalist because why? I didn't go to school to be a journalist. I just happened to start a podcast with some family-friendly friends. And we've been doing this for more than 8 to 10 years. I've been a gamer my whole life. I think anytime I was able to open my eyes, I've seen a video game, and I've been at the beginning, and right now I think we're at our precipice of where we're going to go with this gaming stuff, because right now I think my generation is in control. So that's me.
Okay. Thank you for being here. And excited to see what you have to say on the subject. Lost Lore Scholar, Jack. Go ahead.
Well, I am Jack, Chronicler of the Northlands, Lost Lore Scholar, the Jiminy Cricket of the Nerdcognito podcast over on Rumble. On YouTube, I do fantasy breakdowns, TTRPG stuff, Dungeons and Dragons, some video games of yesteryear. Much like yourself, King, I have been gaming since the moment I could hold a controller. I am quite a small channel, but I do tend to say what I think, and for some reason people listen to me. But I have to say, I have quite a high tolerance for woke stuff in video games, so I brought him. I can't defeat you, but he can.
Troubled Cat, who are you? What do you do? Why should we listen to you?
Well, real name you will not know, unfortunately. Aside from that, I'm just a Twitter look at most. I tend to give out spicy takes, Jack alluded to. Aside from that, I don't have as much a high tolerance for wokeness as he does. That's the reason why I am effectively is to try and be that extremist when he doesn't tend to push far enough.
Well, why is that even a problem? So let's just start the discussion. Let's get into it. We got the introductions. We're here. We're all ready. We're all ready to go. I guess we'll just ask the question: why is representation and inclusion a problem, or is it? When does it become a problem? Well, let me ask you first, Jaffe. I'll ask you first. I'll just ask you first.
Okay.
Do you think there is ever a situation where representation and inclusion can inhibit a game, make it worse, make it less fun.
For some people, absolutely, yes.
Give us an example.
An example, I'll go back a little bit because, to not take the sort of the hot points of the day, but like even if you go back to like Battlefield 5 or Battlefield V, whatever you want to call it, there was a big uproar of people who were complaining about, oh, there were no women in this war, and now I can pick a woman. And it's like, well, there were women in the war. There were women on combat lines from Russia. However, in the case of that game, you could also customize a soldier, an online soldier, and you could be a woman if you were fighting for the British, if you were fighting for, I forget who else were in the campaigns that they had there. And so for the people who come to Battlefield, not because of the multiplayer, not for the tactics, the effects, whatever, because they genuinely are looking for a historically accurate action shooter, those would be people who I could say, okay, for them, that inclusion of female characters or the ability to craft a female custom character within the ranks of certain countries that didn't allow that frontline combat, those individuals, of which I think are quite few, but certainly, yeah. I mean, if that's why you're going to Battlefield, that inclusion would have probably been a negative for you.
I can speak to that a little bit.
Go ahead, please.
Because I was one of the people that kind of rolled my eyes at that. I got into Battlefield 3. I was a little bit of a latecomer to the series. First-person shooters were not my thing for a very, very long time until I played Battlefield 3, and from there I kind of veered off into the autistic armor series. And I now play semi-regularly Hell Let Loose with a few guys, have done for a few years. Hell Let Loose being sort of a more arcadey but still more gritty World War II shooter. And I will say that the main problem wasn't that there was women being put into combat roles in Battlefield 5. It was the prosthetic robot arm, the cricket bat, and the black Nazis, which I'm pretty sure the Nazis wouldn't have allowed. So I like having female characters, even if there was I tend to play as female characters because they're pretty. So most people, yeah, they went, it's kind of dumb that this lady's just charged into a load of MP40 wielding Nazis with a cricket bat. And then I think there was a Japanese character, a girl using a samurai sword as well. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Are you talking about the single player, or are you talking about the multiplayer?
I'm talking about the trailer that was first released. The thing that really got people's ire up was the ginger girl with the prosthetic arm and the cricket bat that went in and treated it all like a game.
Right, but I'm just saying, when you played it, are you saying like
I didn't pick Battlefield 5 up because of that trailer. Which is probably something we're going to get into later on, because we're going to say, how does this stuff harm video games? People like me see that, roll our eyes and go, diversity guy is going to diversify, and then we move on.
Okay, so for all you know, though, that particular scenario where she rushes in with a cricket bat was, and I'm not saying it was, but
I know they toned it down because of the backlash.
Okay,
and I have my little brother is a World War II nut, recently turned 18, and he has played Battlefield 5 quite substantively. And he informs me that the gunplay's all right, but the women on the front lines don't really make sense for him. And I think, again, it's the fact that you have the Nazi Party, well known for being white supremacists, with black Nazis.
Can I ask about that briefly?
You can, but I do want to get some other people in the
Oh yeah, jump. Then go. I'll wait. Take your time.
I got a chance to actually preview the game. So me, I'm not a trailer person. Me, I'm an actual game player. So when I'm actually playing the game, I can see. But see, that's the journalistic side of it. I have to play the game in order to give a review or my critique on it, or how I feel that the game is playing. So I really don't pay too much attention to trailers. They're great for sizzle reels. I want to know what out of that trailer actually made it into the game. Now, first and foremost, I noticed that in different countries, they would have different people on the cover. I think that was the biggest controversy, because they had a black woman on the cover in one country, and then in another country that she wasn't there. So I thought that was strategic, because you're pandering to whatever audience that you're looking for. Now, me personally, I thought, and this was my ignorance, I thought that women weren't allowed on the front lines. I thought women were helping in the back lines, but women were in the battlefield. Now, that part makes sense to me. Now, black Nazis, I didn't see them. And if I did, I think I would probably laugh. I think I would probably laugh really, really hard. But stuff like that doesn't take the immersion out of me. There's other instances where that can come into play, but again, me, I'm a hands-on type of person. I know where Jaffe is going with it because that scenario maybe never even creeped up into the game, but it was something for sensationalism to push a trailer. Now, those trailers can turn some people off like it turned you off, but then later on, maybe you might go to the game and say, oh, okay, that stuff wasn't in the game, and you're rightfully justified in your being put off with a trailer. It is your right as a consumer to say that doesn't appeal to you and you're not going to go for that, and that's cool, and that should be applauded, because no one should be upset with how you spend your money, right, and what you find pleasing, right? So that trailer turns you on.
More.
Me, I didn't understand it until actually I saw the game. I'm looking for gunplay, I'm looking for mechanics, I'm looking for graphics. I'm a graphics whore, and then I'll just work my way down the list. But again, I didn't have a problem with that game. There's other games I have a problem with. That game just wasn't it.
Can you on that note, David, King
Yes.
David, you said there's other games where you think that inclusion or representation or how it's presented in the game has turned you off. Can you give us an example?
No, I didn't say it turned me off. What I did say, I have an issue with it. I have an issue with forced agendas, right? I also have an issue with the word woke. The word woke is the opposite of sleep, so we're not going to co-opt that word and use that word to make that word mean something else. Now, if you're going to talk about feminism, if you're going to talk about LGBTQ, if you're going to talk about racism, let's identify the words and use those words so we can identify the bad actors in the play. That's all we need to do. Now, the fact that we're going to use a dog whistle word called woke, that is not accurate, all right? So,
might I interject,
yes.
sir?
Yes. Sir.
I believe we were going to move away from using the word woke.
Woke is not in the, because that was the original title, and that was exactly the point. Was that
we
it's
had a problem defining it. Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Facts. Yeah. So whatever title that we do have an issue with, or
gone from the.
sorry.
Hold on. Troubled Cat, your mic's breaking in and out. I don't know what's going on, but if you can fix that. But continue, David, please.
Yeah.
Just give me a
So
moment.
no problem. My thing is forced agendas. If see now, there's very different instances where stuff makes sense, and you have to allow the director to lead you down a path. If it's a great story, if it's a great movie, if it's a great scene, if it's a great character, if that character makes sense to the story, those things work. Just like movies. If you have a character that feels forced and there's an agenda that feels forced, as an individual when somebody is trying to preach something to you or teach something to you. And to me, that's a turn off when it comes to certain games. So me personally, I do like a lot of games people tend to hate, like The Last of Us 2, which is probably like my greatest game of all time. And people tend to hate that game. And I just thought the trans character in the game told a story that was necessary for that moment. It didn't seem forced. It didn't seem tacked on. It didn't seem like it didn't belong. You understand? It actually belonged to that piece of the story because you understood why that character was alone, why she held on to her little brother or sister, why those things in that story made sense. I'm talking about stuff that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, like I didn't play Veilguard, but I understand that there's an issue inside of Veilguard where some languages in it doesn't make sense because it comes off preachy. Now, I have a backlog, and that's the only reason why I didn't play that game. But I was interested in seeing it so I can formulate my own opinion about it, and I want to know if anybody else did that. Those are the type of things that I'm talking about. Intrusive behavior that forces the individuals to walk a path that necessarily they don't want to walk or they're not comfortable with.
Fair enough. TC, do you want to jump in? Your mic working?
Let's find out. Oh.
Oh dear.
Well, he might be having some trouble.
Is it?
it's
Oh,
still
dear.
out. No. Okay. So I'll jump
Alright,
in
actually,
and
just give me one-
I'll do what's necessary here. Okay. So I guess the question becomes, right, because at least most of us here have acknowledged that there are times when games can be too preachy, when it can come off as inappropriate. It doesn't really mesh with the story. You're asking, like, why is this here? It doesn't seem to fit. And I guess the question is, because this is a complaint I've heard, and you guys can decide whether this is true or not, right? And I'm curious what everyone's opinions here. That game companies have, instead of working on their games, have, for political reasons, put in much things that just don't fit for political reasons. Do we think that that's do we think that's a valid criticism of the modern gaming industry? Why or why not?
No.
Yes.
No, why not? Yes and no. Okay.
I
so
got a
let me
yes
start.
with that.
2 yeses
Yeah.
and 1 no and 1.
Well, come over to my side, man. You might be more comfortable over here.
Well, let's ask. Explain why.
I'll say-
We'll go. Again, it's just cutting in and out. Lost Lord Jack. Explain why, and
No
then
idea
Jaffe
why.
can answer, and we can figure it out, right?
TC, you might be better off coming on your mobile device. Right, so I would say that there is an example that perhaps might veer off the track a little bit, and that is recently, I believe, I'm pretty sure it was the Ubisoft team working on the new Assassin's Creed. And I've not played an Assassin's Creed game in a long, long while, but I believe it was
Shadows.
Shadows, thank you.
Yeah.
But 50% of the devs, I believe, on that are making the game for the first time. And look, I don't have any real proof of what I'm about to say might be the case here, but I have my gut feeling, let's say, that perhaps the reason that these guys are making games for the first time at such a high level without having had previous project experiences, I would say perhaps these people are being hired for things other than skill level, and that might be to fill diversity, equity, and inclusion quotas. But in terms of a character that was kind of tacked on in there, I do have one from a game that I did play, Dragon Age Inquisition. There was the trans character, part of the Canary mercenary group. And at the time, there was big uproar about that character, but now everyone looks back with sort of rose-tinted lenses because of the new Dragon Age really dropping the ball on it, and saying that was handled quite well. The thing with trans characters is I had a conversation with a friend of mine earlier this week, and they're very difficult to handle. I've written a few myself because I find the idea of gender fluidity fascinating in terms of elvish gods particularly. But the only way you can really get a trans character across is to tell the audience they're trans. You can't show it very easily. And I think the reason so many people pick up on this particular issue, these particular characters, and have such an issue with them, isn't because that they are a trans character. It's because they are, like you said, King David. It's like it has to be taught at you. There isn't a story reason for them to be trans. It is there for political tick box, and that is how I felt about the character in Dragon Age Inquisition. Because I went through a big cutscene where it was explained to me in no uncertain detail what this was, why I should be okay with it. It's like, okay, you can stop beating me over the head with this now. You've taken me completely out of the game.
I want to hear the response from Jaffe, please.
Well, okay, so I think what you guys are actually talking about, and as somebody who has made games, it's quite frustrating to me that, especially when you admit openly that you have no proof of why people are hired or not. It's just a gut feeling. And it's fine, and I appreciate you at least sort of, presenting it as such. Whereas a lot of people, as you know, online will just simply go, "This is a fact." But what I will tell you,
recognition.
What's that?
Call it pattern recognition, I guess.
Well, yeah, but also the thing you have to understand is that I think what you guys are complaining about is something called bad writing, right?
Mm.
And so
No, you are right,
if you have made trans characters in your D&D campaigns, and you've been comfortable with them, and your audience, whoever they are, have been comfortable, then the issue really isn't trans characters. The issue is the writing, right? I did play Dragon Age Veilguard. I have about 6 missions left to complete. I loved it. One of my favorite games of last year. And I totally get that the writing as it relates in that game to the plotting, I thought was really, really cool. There was a lot of cool scenarios. There was a lot of cool characters in terms of like Solus, I think is the guy's name, who takes up residency in the head of Rook, the main character, and he like meditates to visit with this character. I mean, there's some really neat plotting in that game. But I also agree, even though I'm very much LGBT friendly and ally and all that stuff, that part of the story, which I think totally deserves a place in the narrative if they want to put it in there, was written like most of the game in terms of dialogue, very ham-fisted, very poorly written. It felt like a young adult bad novel. But I don't think that has anything to do with it being, quote, or let's just say pro LGBT or whatever you want to call it. I think that has everything to do with them simply not having a writer who was able to handle that particular part of the story, along with a number of other parts of the story. So, you know, I think what you're bringing up is I think you can criticize Dragon Age for its poor writing. And I think the other thing you can criticize that game on, because I came to Dragon Age without a lot of history. I did play about 20-30% of Inquisition, and that's the only Dragon Age game I'd played before. And so what
You need to play Origins, my friend. It
fair.
is a masterpiece.
I hear, but what I hear from people though is that if you come to Dragon Age Veilguard without a lot of sort of expectation, then it's fine. If you come to, even though it's still bad writing, if you come to it though going, dude, that's not my Dragon Age. That's not what you sold me, EA, in the trailers. I absolutely get that position, right? So I think, though, it would be nice if the conversation, not us, I think this is a fine conversation, but I think it would be nice if the conversation at large could be more reflective of the actual truth of what's going on. Like, you know, the whole DEI accusation that 50%, look, these teams are thousands of people, right? The team that made this game, and King, you can let me know, but I think they're the same ones that did, was it Odyssey, or it's the same group, the core group that did one of the mainline Assassin's Creed huge games.
You're
I don't
talking
think
about Assassin's Creed, yes. Okay.
Shadows.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes,
Shadows
yes.
is being
Yeah,
made
they
by
are.
which main team? It's one of the main teams that have really led, right?
It's the Odyssey team, I believe.
Okay, which is one of, many people think it's not the best, but I think Origins most people say is the best, but it's one of the best games. Certainly you're going to bring on, as those teams expand in size, a lot of new people. And you may be right. There may be Yves Guillemot, who is the CEO of the company, may have a little briefcase. And if you have the code, you open up the briefcase and it's like, you know, like Kathy Kennedy in the South Park episode, right? It's just like, just hire gay women or whatever it is. But given that there's no evidence of that, and more importantly, there's so many accusations on this that have no evidence. People last year were accusing Sweet Baby Inc. of, quote, holding hostage a Chinese developer for, I think it was like $7 million if they didn't. And I'm like, you stupid.
I did keep abreast of the Sweet Baby stuff.
Yeah, and I'm just like, guys, as somebody who... Yeah, well, let me finish this point. As somebody who has worked with and hired and charged for consulting services, I guarantee you, unless you have weird evidence to be like, whoa, and I'm open to evidence, you're not going to convince me that a contractor on a video game charged that company or any company $7 million, let alone $1 million, let alone $200,000. It just doesn't work that way. Okay.
Okay, so, but I do, because you're touching on something that I think is important and interesting, and something I do want to kind of explore in this discussion, is that there are these accusations out there. There are this intuition, this pattern recognition, I think Jack just called it, right? And things like that. And I guess there is an old adage where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Not always a good say.
Not always, true. But it does bear the question why these accusations are coming out. And I guess I'd ask you, Jaffe, and King David, and I'll just ask you first, and I want to hear from other people.
There's a lot more female hires in the workplace, opposed to it used to be a white guys club.
You think that's why?
That's what it used to be. That's what the industry was. All right. The industry, as every industry, has grown to include more people of color, race, creed, all across the boards. And to expect a company or a studio to grow in size but don't grow in diversity is asinine, honestly,
That
right?
wasn't
Technically.
wasn't really my opinion.
No.
Yeah,
That
I
was
just want to
no.
clarify that
Yeah,
no
no.
issue
I'm
with.
not saying that. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
towards you. What I'm saying is people thinking now. You could say the new hires could be 20% more women. You might say that. That might be a thing, but maybe they scored higher. Maybe they had better
Very possible.
credentials, right?
Very possible.
Maybe they brought something a little bit different when they did go to the interview process. Knowing the interview process, knowing that you have to go through chambers now to get to a hire, opposed to nepotism type of hire, which is, I mean, we're talking about Ubisoft here. We're not talking about a double A team or indie team. We're talking about a triple A established company that is hiring you to work on triple A titles, that is very keen on pushing the economics of the company forward. So I doubt
Or
very
what little
seriously.
economics they've got left.
Well, yeah, technically, right? So I doubt they're going to say, oh, we're going to hire a select group to test what they're going to do with our product. I thought the bigger thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows was the fact that everybody expected Assassin's Creed to go to Japan at some point in time. And when they did go to the land of the rising sun, what you thought was going to happen was it was going to have a male Japanese character. What you didn't get was a male Japanese character. What you did was Yasuke. Now, when you got Yasuke, in that whole dynamic, there's a lore in between there where he's not a samurai as he is a samurai. The problem within that is a controversial point within that culture from the beginning. So automatically you're starting with controversy. Now, you don't have a traditional Japanese male as a lead. Second, you have a Japanese female as the co-lead and a black male. You went to Japan. That is the crux of the problem. So what you're really looking at is them believing that it's feminism and believing that it's racism, right? Because if I guarantee you, and this is just off of my gut instinct of the news, if it was a traditional male Japanese character in that space opposed to a black lead, that game would have went on without a hitch. Now, I'm not saying that the baggage that Yasuke does bring to the role, he does bring a separate, because you're having him as a tank, as a samurai. You called him a samurai. Now you're going to have controversy from that standpoint.
Do you feel that Yasuke, this is a genuine question, do you feel that Yasuke was a box tick or a genuine story choice?
I believe that it was them feeling that they needed to do something different as far as to get the attention. Now, what...
I think it was like a backfire publicity stunt then.
No, I believe that Netflix had anime. At the time, for some reason, he was in the zeitgeist. For some reason, right? So Netflix show was really good. You have Afro Samurai. You have all this information, all the stuff out there that actually speaks to a younger culture. If you're looking for a younger culture, trying to bring a younger culture in...
Jeez, how old is Afro Samurai now?
Forever, technically. But I'm talking about the culture in Japan is, if they're going for their younger culture, they're going to go to something hip, something that actually hits.
Would you say that part backfired?
Jack, just real quick, I want to try Troubled again. We're gonna give you one. Yeah. Troubled Cat, if your audio doesn't work, I'm gonna have to replace you, unfortunately, right? But let's give you a go. Now's your time to shine. What do you have to say?
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Hey.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Obviously, the camera was too much.
Yeah.
Seems so. So basically, here's the thing. Even if when you go to Yasuke with Assassin's Creed, the problem is it's that the studio themselves have established a reputation at the moment of pushing agendas. There's an interview where they gave for Odyssey where they said, oh no, we decided to include girls being taught alongside boys in ancient Greece, even though this wasn't the case, because we want to show people a different history from what exists. And people take issue with that because they want to say, oh no, we're making a game that's historically accurate, yet at the same time, they're adding in their own vision. And that's where people take an issue with Yasuke. It's not that, oh, he did exist, but they don't want to see him. It's the fact that what's the intention behind it? Then when everyone started doing the deep dive into, all right, who's the people working on the game, where do they get their information on, it all came out that, all right, these people aren't actually educated on any kind of Japanese history. That's the reason why, for example, in the game, there's a lot of assets that are actually Chinese instead of Japanese. There's the fact that one of the authors that they got the information from, he's a complete total hack that edited all of the Wikipedia pages on Yasuke. And that's what people have an issue with. It's the fact that there's all of this deliberate manipulation in order to get people to say, oh, you know what, this is fine, even though it's not the case. And if we go back to something like Dragon Age Veilguard, for example, when Jack was mentioning Cash, for example, why people take an issue with the language, it doesn't make sense, is due to the fact that when you look at the game director, they call themselves what? A queer sexual gendermancer? Immediately you hear that and it's like,
That's where the
suspect
pattern
they might
recognition
be.
kicks in.
I do want to give
Exactly.
once you're done, I want to give him a chance to respond, but finish up, please. Yeah.
Oh, keep
are you
going.
done?
All right. Yeah,
Who are you talking
I just need
to?
to respond to one point, because one point is Assassin's Creed is a historically inaccurate game. They have never been historically accurate. They have points of history mixed in with fiction, right? So it is not historically accurate game. It's not a game that is chronicalizing history, because there are parts in the game where you get different historical figures doing things that they definitely did not do.
And you have
So-
minotaurs and medusas and
Right.
cyclopses. So
Well, sir,
Those aren't real. Those aren't historically accurate.
a counterpoint, gentlemen.
Yes.
Yes, historical fiction is a perfectly valid point, and yes, minotaurs, etc., don't exist. However, if you're going to take a historical character and you're going to plonk them into a sort of a historical period, and you're going to add fantasy elements on top, some sort of verisimilitude is expected by most people, and it just so happens that most people have varying levels of that. A good example quite recently is there was a historical drama put out on TV over here recently, and Catherine of Aragon was suddenly very black. We know what Catherine of Aragon looked like. We have her portrait. She was one of the wives of King Henry VIII. Unfortunately for her, she had quite a rough time of things. But it's not a problem that there is a black woman is perfectly capable of playing the role, but the verisimilitude is when people at home look at the TV and say, this is Catherine of Aragon. Actually, King Henry VIII is one of the main things that an English person will learn in school. We've seen all the pictures of Catherine of Aragon. She's very famous, very well known. That's not Catherine of Aragon. That's the sort of thing.
I think your argument, though, would land better if it wasn't being made by a large percentage of people that have no problem looking at Jesus and thinking he was a white guy.
I mean, if you want to talk theology, we can talk.
I don't want to talk theology. No, we're not.
I was in the running to be a priest.
It's irrelevant. What I'm saying is the common understanding in the Western world is if you look at Jesus, if you see his quote portrait, if you see his variety of presentations.
If you go to China,
I'm not in China. I understand, but you're hang on. Wait a second.
Go ahead.
So my point, though, is that it's fair to say there is a tolerance level which varies depending on the person of how much you can tweak history before it becomes maybe even acceptable, but don't kind of lie to me and tell me this is historical if that's what you think they're doing. That I agree with you on, but it doesn't seem fair to pick and choose and say Yasuke is unacceptable, or putting Da Vinci in Assassin's Creed 2 and have him doing things he wasn't really doing is unacceptable. But then Jesus being portrayed as a 35-year-old supermodel, which is basically what he's usually portrayed as, is kind of, that's okay.
This is a really off-the-wall example, sir.
My example or one you're about to give me?
Your example.
Why is it off the wall?
Yeah. Why is? Hold on. Just.
I have trouble.
Jack, give me a second.
Why? So I
Jack,
say.
Jack, please. Well, just so again, so we're clear what is
Apologies.
being asked, right? In your example, Catherine, not historically accurate to look at. Like, fair enough, right? But as a counterpoint, Jaffe here says, well, you don't have any problem if they're not historically accurate in these other cases? So what is the difference?
Well, for one, I've never really thought of Jesus as a white man. The whole point of Jesus growing up was that he was God become man. The race didn't really matter. In fact, one of my favorite films that my grandmother used to play for me all the time, very famous BBC series actually, was called The Miracle Maker. And in that, Jesus is Levantine. He is not white. It's very popular when I was growing up. It's one of the main things that we used to watch in a Church of England school. And so I think the problem I have is it's kind of like, it's out of left field. I say, here is a historical figure that was sort of changed for agenda-wise, and I can kind of see why Western culture does that. And then all of a sudden, Jesus. You kind of lost me.
Well, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, my friend. Because if I lost you, Jesus or whoever you want to fit in there is a point being made about tolerance of acceptance of changing historical accuracy. That's what it doesn't matter if it was Jesus or Mickey Mouse. The point is that most people in the West, the look does you no favors, because my point is it's meant to be that much of a chasm betwixt the two that I just mentioned, because the whole point of it is that the issue is tolerancy of inaccuracy. And that's why it was brought up. It wasn't brought up because, well, now you're bringing up religious figures. Like, that's out of left field. It's like, well, that's the world's most famous man, isn't he? And in the Western world, people think of him as a white guy. Okay, I'll shut up.
The interpretation of the character, back to the video games, the interpretation of the character is solely on the developer. Now, the depiction of the character is solely on the developer. The character, they didn't say this is an accurate depiction of history. What they did was tell you that this character, and you're right to say that this character did exist, but plenty of games in which there were in Assassin's Creed franchise have depicted people that have existed in history. And in these games, they have done things that they never did in history. They just find it funny that when they got to a black man inside this game, which I can only say lends to my credence where this is a true case that it has to be racism, and the fact that there wasn't a Japanese male counterpart. If there was a Japanese male counterpart instead of a Japanese female counterpart, and then I don't believe that there would be this much of an uproar. The fact that you could not choose a Japanese male counterpart, that's where I think the controversy lies, because you have a feminist agenda and then they were tagging the racist agenda to it, because now you're saying that you just put Yasuke into the game because he was black, and I don't believe that to be true. There's a story that can be crafted around both characters. They're both dynamically could play absolutely different, and they showed that in the trailers. One is very agile, very fast, very soft, very in the shadows. One is very robust, very out there, very braggadocious, very tall. Yasuke was a very imposing character, so I can understand you using that character to get that type of impact in the game. So I never thought it was a diversity tick of the box. I thought they looked at who they could use, how they could use it. They have never used a historical individual for a main character, and that's the only thing different being done here. And it just so happens that the historical main character happens to be black. And I think this is where the funny part lies, because you get a chance to see exactly what dog whistles come out at this point. I believe that there isn't a feminist agenda or a DEI checkpoint, but I can understand why that group is mad and that group is mad. And it has to be, I'm upset that there's a woman co-lead, and I'm upset that there's a black man in Japan.
Response?
I think the
Can I just step in
majority of people... Oh, go for it, man. You haven't spoken at all. Go for it.
All right, so this is the thing. When I say this, they claim it to be historically accurate when it comes to Assassin's Creed games. They didn't say it was historically accurate. They claim. The other thing is this, is that you can't tell me the company that on their website have a page dedicated to diversity, inclusion, and accessibility is not ticking any kind of DEI checkboxes. And in addition to that, every single Assassin's Creed game had a character that was appropriate to the setting. There was no instance where it didn't make sense. And like you said yourself, it's like all right, they were looking at like what makes sense in terms of gameplay for Yasuke and uh, the companion character. The issue with all of this is the fact that it doesn't make it seem believable that in order for someone like Yasuke to work with what's effectively a Kunoichi, the two of them are working together. He's the most recognizable person in Japan at that time. It doesn't make sense that the two of them are going to work together because it's like, oh, there's the black man. Why is he here? What's going on? The thing is, it's like it needs to make sense. It needs to be believable. And the fact that every other game had a character that fit the setting, managed to make it have that familiarity that people need, and then all of a sudden, yeah, there's problems. But it's not just the fact that, oh, they chose Yasuke as one of the protagonist characters. It's the fact that, as I mentioned before, there's been multiple games where Ubisoft has taken specific directions, intentional directions, to be like, this is the vision that we want to add here because we want to push this message, we want to promote this agenda. And we're not saying that, oh, you know what, maybe this one time they decided not to do it. But if you watch the interviews with the developers, if you read the interviews that the journalists have written up, it's clear as day that they are specifically pushing an agenda, and to act like it doesn't exist is basically being disingenuous.
What's being disingenuous is offering such a bold statement and not offering any evidence to back it up. Can you link us to those specific interviews?
I can definitely link into the interviews.
That would be great.
No problem. I can do that.
Post in the group chat. I don't think we have time to go over this.
All right. So
I just want to say, as a guy who has developed games and who has done interviews before, first off, the interviews are not legal documents. Interviews say all kinds of things in order to get people excited. I'm not saying don't take them at their word, but fine, we can enter it as evidence, but I'm just letting you know. But let's assume it's all 100% accurate what they're saying. The other thing, though, the idea of DEI checkboxes, and they have this on their page, when you have any company, certainly a development company, a big part of your webpage is to get people to send their resumes. A lot of times you're like, why is this on their fucking webpage? Well, it's to make people feel, hey, this is a place that would actually have me, or they're open to different types of people. It's not because they're checking a box for what? You think they get a tax break if they check that box?
I believe they get an ESG score.
They might get an ESG score, but we're talking about a French company, though, so I'm not entirely sure if that...
They would get an ESG score.
Yeah.
We're going to let Jaffe finish once he's finished.
No, I'm done. I mean, I trust me. I have 1,000 things to respond to that, but I'm good. I'm good.
We got a lot to... I got some questions.
Yeah, take your time. I'm good. I'm going to eat my pizza.
Eat your pizza, brother, and we're going to get to everyone we can. So, King David, we're going to go to you next, and we're going to go to... I'm just giving you the order of operations here. Then we're going to go to Troubled Cat, and then I have a follow-up question for you guys, because you said something there that I really want to push on. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of these larger companies do have diversity inclusion groups for hires, because they do have their meetings and they do bring up these instances where they would like more diversity inside the workplace. But that was an initiative. That was an initiative started, I think it was in 2020 or something like that, where a lot of these companies were getting diversity and inclusion packages. And it was under the framework for Microsoft. I remember I reported it. Microsoft had a diversity framework and inclusion framework, which they dismantled last year. But every company had this framework in which they were trying to expand their scope from just having the same type of hires. Because when you started to look at the companies from the top down, you notice that there were the same type of hires in the workplace. And I believe that there was a concerted effort in changing that, instead of just looking at certain individuals' resumes or whatever to get into the workplace. I do champion that. I'm not going to say that I don't champion that. I understand. I do champion diversity in the workplace, because I believe that it's necessary to give individuals a chance to prove themselves, opposed to, oh, you just went to Harvard and you're the top of the class and you were on such a, and how many diversity hires are you going to pull from Harvard top of the class, in my opinion, for the tech world?
Yeah. Just real quick, right? Like,
Right.
because this is on my mind before I forget it. I'm sorry, right? I'm not interrupting the order here, but I'm gonna lose it if I don't spit it out now, right? So this isn't video games specifically, but in terms of heads of developers of game companies, recently at Piazza Press, I believe there was a. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about here, Jack? Pathfinder, the Pathfinder guy. He
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
we don't want your types of people playing our games, right?
Specifically, if JD Vance, your new vice president, and again, I hate all of this stuff because I'm on the other side of the pond. But he basically said if JD Vance has played Pathfinder, he wants him to send his books back because there's no space for fascists in his game.
Yes, and we've had several games journalists, we've had several developers, we have several people who worked on games make similar comments to other people, like in D&D, for example. A few years ago, the WotC guy says, "I don't want white people in my games" and stuff like that.
Oh yes, the evil Kyle.
Yes,
yeah,
and
not
things like
as
that.
opposed to the
So
good Kyle on Nito.
when you have people within positions of power in these companies and there's corporations making comments like this, is it any surprise that people, sans other evidence, believe that they are pushing these things? And I really am curious what David and Jaffe have to say to that, and then we'll get to you, Trouble Cat. Sorry for the interruption, but go ahead.
I'll let David go first.
Is it a surprise? No, of course not. But I also don't think it's beyond the pale to say it. I think the fact of the matter is that it's not. I'm sorry, but
Not.
No, it's not. And here's why.
Let him go.
And yeah, let him go. Here's why. Okay? Because what you don't get to do is you don't get to have opinions on, I don't want this kind of person hired or this kind of, you guys, the only thing a customer has a right to do is say, this is shit, I don't want it, I'm not spending my money. You can do whatever you want, of course, and whatever those consequences, if any, are fine. But you're talking about companies and creatives. These are creative, passionate people. Okay. If the people that don't like black folks making their games and trans folks making their games and white folks making their games, and they don't like the melting pot of the creative process and they don't like what results of it, that is fair. And those people are voting with their dollars, and that's great. I support that. That's wonderful. However, most people, there's a reason most people who are progressive and left tend to be the ones in the arts. All right. And that doesn't mean there aren't right-leaning people. I've worked with conservative people on teams before, but the vast majority are outside the box. And that's not a negative about conservatives. Conservative, though, by the very nature of the term, means conservative. You accept what's there. You like what's there. You like tradition. The progressives, the liberals, want to kind of push against the edges all the time. That's what creative people do. And when you put them in front of social media and you give them a microphone, which everybody has these days, you're going to basically get what you're saying, Wick, is the problem, which is, I don't think if you work for a video game company, you should be able to have a Twitter account. Not because what you have to say isn't valid.
Actually. Yeah.
Yeah, not because of what you have to say.
It's a problem, though, right?
Define it's a problem. What is it?
It's a problem when they make statements that are trying to push away.
They make statements that are racist.
We don't want white people in our game. We don't want conservatives in our game. We don't want fascists in our game. Those fascists
let's be clear. If you say I don't want white people in my game, that's a problem. If you say we don't want conservatives playing my game, that's a problem. If you've got a problem saying I don't want fascists in my game and fascists have suddenly been put on a list where they're acceptable, sorry, that's not a problem. You might as well say...
The mid-century Germans are all dead. My lot did a very good job of killing them.
Yeah, my lot did too. My last name's Jaffe. The point is that fundamentally there are people out there that you know very well lean towards fascist ideology. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about checking a definition on a SAT.
Do you mean fascist ideology in terms of
in terms
there is a red flag and there is the bringing of capital underneath one government body, that kind of...
No, I mean, I'm talking about taking people outside of a specific philosophy in saying they are othered, they are bad, they are wrong, and they need to go away to allow all of us good people to make more money and be safe. I'm not going to argue fascism. You know what I'm talking about. And if you want to tell me that's the wrong term, let's call it paper cups. I don't care. That's
paper cups.
Fine. That is not the point, and you know it. You're deflecting. The point is,
I've lost your point a long time ago.
Totally. Wait, let me finish. The point is if you are saying there is anyone in a company with social media account, you should be, let's take what I'm sure hopefully we agree on. Let's take child molesters. Okay? If I am making the next God of War and I say, you know what? I don't want child molesters playing my game. When I made Twisted Metal 2012, I have a video, it's still up on YouTube, where I said, because people bitched about there being rap music in the licensed soundtrack. And I said, if you're racist, I don't want your money and don't buy our game. Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay, I know it's fair enough. So what I'm saying is wait. I got to finish this, but I was interrupted. So if there is a list of people we can agree that people should be able to say that, fine. But you're right. If you say it about white people, if you say it about conservative people, if you say it about people who voted for Trump or whatever, then I would agree with you. That's probably not a good idea for people making video games or any entertainment to have a microphone, because it ends up harming the product that lots of different ideas are making. There might be a total racist motherfucking asshole on the Assassin's Creed Shadows team, but it's none of my business unless he does something that's hurtful. And I don't need to know what the animation rigger lead thinks about the Selma March in the 60s. I don't care. I don't need to know. So as long as they shut the fuck up, I think we're good. But that's what I would say.
Okay, I'll let you respond, but I want to get David in here, and I want to get Trouble Cat. So.
All right.
Go for it, King. I can work that.
Your point again, because I was listening to both of them, so I probably lost your points. Just say your point again really quickly.
Mine or Wix?
No, the Wix.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the question is, when we have game developers, people in positions of power within the industry, journalists and things, making comments like, we don't want people like JD Vance playing our game. If you voted for Trump, you should throw away our game. When you have these kinds
Not journalists, I'm muting, not journalists. Journalists have a free pass. That's what they do. Okay, I'm done.
Well, fair. Okay, game developers. We can get to the journalists later, right? But for now, we'll stick with the game developers and people who own the company. Maybe they aren't involved in the game development itself, but they own the company, right? And they make these statements. Is it any wonder that you have a group of people thinking, wow, you just called us all fascists? Why did you call us fascists? Right? Like, because I too don't want child molesters playing games, but I do have a problem when they say, like, when you say, I don't want child molesters, like someone who isn't an actual child molester playing my game, right? I have a problem with that. That's an issue, right? So
yeah,
it's not
I think that's like an individual thing, and I understand exactly what you're talking about now. Now, people of power, first, the worst thing in the world is a microphone and a camera, right? Because exactly now we can document everything that idiots say out of their mouth, and we can say that is idiotic. Now, me, I'm a team person. Right now, I'm representing 4 people. I'm representing myself and my 3 colleagues. So at this point in time, right now, whatever I say comes out of my mouth will either harm or enhance them. So anybody seeing me right now will understand that that is a representation of Iron Lord's podcast. Right now, I do have my solo channel, but my solo channel is not bigger than Iron Lord's podcast. I am not bigger than the team. A lot of these developers go on interviews and they become bigger than the project. They become bigger than the team. They become bigger than the people that are next to them. And probably their role on the team is not as large as somebody else's role, but yet they have the bigger mouth. And what that does to the product is that hurts the product. Now, I don't care about individuals' opinion or political opinions. I have never stated my opinion, my political opinion, my political leaning on any podcast, any show. Everybody can either assume, guess, or infringe on the thoughts of where I may lie, but they will never hear that because I understand that is a divisive comment. Those things should not be spoken unless you're in politics, right? That's the only time I should hear those political leanings at all. I don't want it in my video games. I don't want the head of companies or developers or people working in a team talking in that manner. I do believe it's harmful for the product and for the company. So I am of the mind that I think they should have limited access to social media. I think social media enables a behavior at some points for people to say things that is not necessarily kind at points, because we lose that barrier, that filter, stuff that we would never say to somebody in their face, that we're able to push send on the phone and harm a group of people opposed to one individual. Right. So yeah,
No,
I'm
I
not with child molesters and rapists and all that other stuff playing games either. But at the same time,
brave
I
face.
don't actually need to hear that, because what should not be said is those things at all, because that is understood. So what is understood should not be said.
I did ask a question in the group chat for Jaffe. I don't want to put you on the spot to answer publicly, but if you could answer the question in the group chat, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
I just don't want to take a. I'm okay. Yeah, sure. Just call on me because I tend to talk a lot, and I don't want to. I know Lost Lore was in the middle of something, so. But yes, please. What I don't know. Do I see the group chat, or are you just going to ask it for me?
It's in the group chat. It's in the group chat and the group DMs, and the DM just check them. I don't want to ask them.
Where we were talking about which question to ask.
Got it. So just the pit.
No, it's
No. So on your left-hand side, you'll
But
have.
regardless,
yeah.
Troubled Cat. While he's looking for that Troubled Cat, if you want to, I know you had some opinions, so go ahead, please.
All right, so I need to direct this specifically at Jaffe, and I'll give him a chance to respond. My
Wait,
thing
don't. Okay,
is
give
this,
me
is that
give me a
you-
minute. I can only do two things at once. I'm looking for this, man. What am I looking for?
Okay, I'll just ask.
Just
you
ask me.
question,
But yeah,
and
what?
then-
Yeah, okay.
Short Fat Otaku wants in on the conversation. Are you comfortable with me bringing him in?
Who?
Short
He's a
Fat
political commentator.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'm just asking so I don't.
I just didn't know if I was supposed to know who that was.
Okay, well, I know him when I bring him in. But Short Fat Otaku, just jump backstage. I'll play it. Okay. Cat, go ahead, please.
All right. So this is my thing. It seems that our opposition has a low threshold for what they deem to fall under fascism, racism, etc. The issue with this is that a simple matter of disliking something is taken to the extreme. If someone says they don't like rap music, it doesn't automatically mean they're racist. However, to make that assumption means that you assume that people, if they don't like something, so automatically they have some sort of grievance that you find too irredeemable to deal with. And this is the thing. When you mention the fact that, oh, developers are saying this about gamers and the customers really can't complain, you only have a choice of you can buy it or you can leave it alone. The problem is this, it's that developers immediately, as soon as people issue one single grievance, one single complaint, it's like, nope, you're a fascist, you're a Nazi, you're a bigot, don't buy it. You might be interested in the game, you just want to have a simple question answered, you get that extreme reaction. And here's the thing, it only comes from developers that seem to have a left-leaning slant. The developers from Sucker Punch, when they were getting told, oh no, the development team is all white, there's not a single person of diversity there, they didn't come out and say anything. When the developers of Final Fantasy XVI were being told, oh no, why is the game too white? The developers didn't come out and say anything negative, they gave explanations. Why is there different standards applied to different groups of people based on their political leaning? It's not a case of like, oh, all the developers are doing it, it's coming from one specific place.
Yeah.
And the thing is with gamers is that they've tried to be nice for the longest time, they've just wanted to ask questions, and they constantly get met with this aggression that's unjustified at the end of the day. And you seem to just be justifying it because it's like, these are people I don't like, and that's why it's fine.
Can I answer that or no?
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah,
first
it's a
off,
conversation.
well, I know, but I don't want to. So the idea that you're painting gamers that have issues like, oh, we're just asking simple questions. Do I agree with you that there are, and I've already said as much, that there are a lot of people who have social media that should not be doing it because they shit the bed. 100% I'm with you. But the idea that the opposite end are just these nice gamers that are just asking a simple question, I guarantee you, anybody who's spent any time on gaming Twitter or gaming Reddit or gaming anything knows good and goddamn well that the first response is not, hey man, I think your game looks great. Let me just ask you a question. It doesn't work that way. You know it, I know it, so no. But the other thing I'll tell you about like Sucker Punch or Square, and King can probably speak to this way better than I can, is A, because he's a journalist, and B, because he's more in the current PR effort. But every company is very different. Like Brian, who runs Sucker Punch for Sony, is a very different kind of leader than Neil Druckmann, for example, or Ted Price, who just retired for Sony, is a very different type of leader. You probably will never hear anything out of Insomniac that is that kind of fuck you, we don't want, this is our agenda, or this is our take, or whatever. But Neil has said as much, right? A lot of these, and Square is a very traditional Japanese company. They're not going to, when has ever a Japanese company taken a stand against anything other than being deferential and let's let this blow over? So I'm not saying you're wrong that there may or may not be a tendency of left-leaning people to be more outspoken on this issue, but that the ones you cite anyway, specifically Sucker Punch and Square, I think that can be more attributed to the leadership and the type of people at that company at the top, not in terms of conservative or left or right, but more in terms of just their leadership style of it's not about us. We're not, some of these guys are artists and some of these guys are craftsmen. And if you're going to buy a product from a Neil Druckmann or back in the day, a David Jaffe or a Cory Barlog, or a Cliff Bleszinski these days, what you're signing up for, or a Ken Levine. And if you're going to buy a product that's Ratchet and Clank, then you also, or Mario, or whatever, that's not that's fine too. But you don't get to ask creative people, and you don't get to call it an art form and say that we believe in this art form and it's the next big storytelling medium and this, that, and the other, and then go, but I don't want you to actually be artist. I only want you to fucking cook like a short order cook what I want you to cook. And there are some studios that'll do that for you. But it's not the ones where the best and the brightest go, usually. Not always. Sucker Punch is brilliant, but you know what I'm saying. There, I'm done.
I know Jack had a question, then I want...
No, I wasn't a question. I was just going to pick up there, because you and I are butting heads a little bit, but some of the fondest memories I have with a friend I have since lost contact with from childhood was we were very underage. We both had God of War, and I watched him play through all the games. Some of the fondest memories I've got, man, so thank you very much for providing that.
Did you stop talking to him because he was black? I'm kidding. I'm just fucking. I'm fucking with you, baby. I'm flirting with you. Come on.
We're gonna go this way. Okay.
Come on.
Typical leftist.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but one of the things before we let SFO in here, like, I hear you, right? I hear you when you say that. Yes, you do get a lot of trolls. You get a lot of jacking off, just asking question people.
Don't use my name like that, man.
Within that group, like, this is a problem. I think that people are trying to paint everyone with questions as those type of people, and I don't think that's true.
On both sides, and everybody with an artistic take.
Absolutely, yes. No, absolutely, yes. It happens on both sides. I'm not saying that this isn't something that one side is innocent, one side is guilty. I'm saying that there's a problem because both sides are saying the only people who are doing it is the other side, and our side, it's good when we do it. And I have a problem with that.
And I have a problem with that, and I have a problem like when Jack says, and I know exactly what he means when he says autistic Arma. Right? If I'm talking about Battlefield 5, to bring it back to that, and I say I'm talking to somebody that highly prizes historical accuracy for whatever reason in Battlefield with the tornadoes that you can summon, but fine. But that's the new one, I know. But then I know. But I'm saying that I get that. I'm just like Dragon Age. I get it. You were expecting something different because of what has come before and what has been sold to you.
With Dragon Age specifically, we do cross over. Look, I don't play many new video games because I don't find them fun, hands on the table. Dragon Age specifically, not only is it one of my loves from back in the day, Leliana, perfect waifu material. But in terms of Dragon Age, it's fantasy, and fantasy is my gig. Genre fantasy, elves, dragons, orcs, dwarves, that's my gig. And Veilguard, I didn't play because I didn't want to give my money to it. Every bit that came out of it, all the cutscenes, and I watched through a few character sidelines on YouTube. Good God, man. Like, your personal taste, you are allowed to like what you're allowed to like. I just don't see how you can.
No, okay, and what I'm saying about Veilguard, though, is... Good, I will. What I'll say about Veilguard, though, is the criticisms, if you're going to criticize it for being bad writing or cheeseball writing, I'm with you. It didn't bother me, but you can't argue that. Well, you can. It's subjective, but you know what I'm saying.
It also looked hideous.
Right. Okay. The other thing.
Subjective on that point.
Yeah. The other thing, though, that it's not the Dragon Age I was promised and that I've come up with. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Arma autistic. And going back to Wick's point about not everybody can be painted with the same brush, right? Are there tons of trolls that take the oxygen out of the room? Yes, and that's who get the most attention. Are there developers on a team that say inflammatory things that aren't coming from a place of this is what my game is about, but fuck you, I just don't like your kind of people? Yes, and that's what gets the most attention. So my point is, these are nuanced issues. You can complain about Dragon Age, and most people with logic will go, yeah, I don't agree with you, or that didn't bother me, but that's a valid complaint. But you have a lot of people making a lot of noise going, they're fucking shoving this trans shit down my fucking throat. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, let me get this straight. DEI is bad because one of the reasons is we bring a bunch of women into games. Would the game have been better if he hadn't have or she hadn't have transitioned, because then it would have been directed by a man? I mean, that's the perfect litmus test, right?
I do want to.
Yeah, sorry.
I do want to get some other people in here. Right?
I'm muting. I will not unmute till I'm called on.
No, you're fine. It's a conversation. We're good. And if
can't say it's a conversation. A, I have ADD. B, I was raised Jewish. You can't tell me it's a conversation and then expect me to wait my turn. I am muting myself.
I got a mute button for a reason.
I am muting myself, and I will mute and call on me when you're ready.
I want to get Short Fat Otaku in here. Dev was waiting backstage. He had some comments. He had some thoughts. He saw you were on Jaffe, and he was like, "Is Jaffe on? Let me on." So go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Dev, it is a pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Hello. It's nice to meet you too. I didn't know that anyone would actually know who I am, because
I have been watching your videos for a while alongside my wife. Controversies aside, and I know Chit Chat's going to disagree with me.
There's quite a whole bunch of those in the past 6 months.
I do. When you're not talking about drama and you're talking about philosophy, I very much appreciate it. I don't always agree, definitely not, but I do really appreciate your content. And I realize, Kit, I've just gone way down in my partner's opinion.
Cool. Fun.
Yeah, fuck you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Go ahead.
But no, I have to be honest. The last time I've actually come across anything that you've said, David Jaffe, I think might have been there's been a few times recently. But what put you really on my radar, because I didn't play your games, unfortunately. Sorry, back in the day.
You go to hell. You go to hell, sir.
Sorry, I was like a Final Fantasy guy back then, man. But no, I saw you say I saw your comments on Forspoken back in, I think, 2022, and I really disagreed with those comments, because I think that game was actually really, really bad. It had nothing. What were my
refresh my memory? What were my comments?
Well, I don't want to just like put words in your mouth. I
mean, if they're my comments that you reacted to, you should do that.
I mean, one of the things that you said was, if you don't like Forspoken, you're racist.
I'm pretty sure there was some nuance about that. I don't believe that now.
That's why I didn't want to put it in your mouth. So you give me the nuance. What's up?
Well, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the video. Probably what I was saying, and I probably said something a little bit different than that, but I will look it up, is that Forspoken as a game, it controlled really well. It was well made. And so the people that are out there calling it a piece of shit and questioning kind of its bona fides as a game, its biggest problem is it was generic. The story wasn't necessarily generic, but the character was poorly written. In my opinion, the conversations with her co-character, the cuff that she wore, was a little goofball. And I felt that it was an open world game that didn't really offer a lot, but I thought the parkour was great in that game. It felt wonderful to control. And I thought that the combat was pretty fucking good. So what I was saying was, if you're going to take a blanket statement and have no nuance to your criticism of Forspoken, you either haven't played it and just want to bitch, or you're a racist, because what else could it be? You can say it's an average game, but it's got some good things. But to say it's a wholesale bad piece of shit, there's got to be a reason behind that, and it's probably either racism or you just want a bandwagon.
Right. I mean, I think I agree with you with parkour, because it was really fun, like running around and like, climbing things and doing the flips like that. That was probably the highlight of the game, was the parkour, and the spell effects when you're casting all the magic. Like it looked really good. But I much agree with you. I think the story pretty much turned the game into an under 5 out of 10 for me. Like, it was just such a terrible fucking story.
5 out of 10.
Under 5 out of 10.
Under 5. That's a very full.
Well,
I
David,
don't know.
did you David, King David, did you play Forspoken?
Yes. And for Forspoken, I played it very late after I heard all the derogatory words towards the game, and I said, well, you know what? And I wanted it on the Xbox platform. I have all platforms. I wanted it on the Xbox platform, and I think that would be welcomed on the Xbox platform. I didn't think it was the dog crap that everybody made it out to be. I do believe a lot of the stuff is completely unbelievable. It was poorly written. Yes, this is true. She had a duffel bag full of money inside her house, but she's homeless and she has a cat. She goes back into the house to go get the cat, but not the money. I understand. Yes. And then she finds a beautiful
God.
golden bracelet that can talk to her and transports her into this wonderful mystical world. Hey, we all want a golden bracelet that could take us into another world that gives us parkour powers. Yes, of course, this happens to her. And yes, it does look like a good PlayStation 3 game with an enhanced PlayStation 4 graphics. Fantastic. Is it under 5? No. Is there far worse games that wasn't as optimized as that game? Yes. Did you expect more from Square Enix? Probably so. Maybe you thought the developer could give you a better game than they actually delivered, and you expected more from Square Enix than you actually got, and you're taking it out on that developer and Forspoken, opposed to saying Square Enix delivered a below average game. But if you look at Square Enix lately, they have been delivering below average games. Now, to David's point is true. A lot of people were upset because they felt that it was a feminist agenda in the game, and the fact that she happened to be black added a component of racism to it. So you do have bad actors that were on Twitter, that were journalists, that did say that the game was below a 5, and you got to give a supreme reason for that. But again, your taste is your taste. I want to know what scored above 5, because maybe that game to me is like as below 5, right? But every game is subjective. That game in particular, and the words and stuff that was attached to it, I do believe that there was a racist component to it. I do believe that there was people that was upset that it was a female character and it didn't look normal from Square Enix female characters or waifus, the majority of them, right? See, Jack puts a smile on his face and he's like, yeah.
Man,
So,
you say waifu, and my thoughts are just Urza Scarlet, Liliana.
see,
I just got a
So-
happy place.
So
Exactly.
So here's the thing. I completely agree with you. Actually, there's definitely a component of the conversation surrounding that game where it was just you had racists that were using the fact that it was a black female character to be racist and sexist. That was definitely part of it. But also, you definitely had people who were deflecting from legitimate criticisms of the game by calling people who were criticizing it racist and sexist, even when they weren't. And that's kind of the other half of the
That's
conversation.
the crux of the debate.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what
toxic Twitter.
Yeah, when we're talking about the title of the stream is has modern gaming lost its way? I've watched I think the whole thing up to this point. I've had it on 2x speed. Debating representation and inclusion. You guys didn't want the word woke in it because you guys couldn't come to.
Well,
with that.
Kat and I didn't have an
Not
issue.
I.
with it.
I took an
Okay,
issue.
yeah,
I had an
okay,
issue
okay.
with the
Well,
word.
no, we won't.
I'm
We
fine.
don't need to
I'm fine.
relitigate that.
Yeah, I'm fine with not using that word. But just in general, like my problem for a lot of it is that. So I think we all understand that you can have games that are made by progressive-leaning people politically, that are good games. You can even have games that explicitly have progressive politics in them that are good games. The examples I always go to are Disco Elysium, which is an incredible game, and it's a very left-leaning game. Celeste, incredible game, very left-leaning game, right? Night in the Woods. You have these games that they wear their politics on their sleeve, and they're still good games. So it's not just that. It's not just that. Oh, if it's progressive or whatever, it's going to be shit. That's not how it is. However, when a game is made by progressive people, or it has like progressive politics in the game, and the game sucks, what happens every single time is they will use the politics as the shield for the criticism of the game, and that is what everyone is fed up with when it comes to this topic.
I think I could provide evidence to the contrary, and I think I could also provide evidence of left-leaning journalists that gave great reviews to very right-wing, or not right-wing, but very kind of traditional white, straight, cisgender male. Well, you can laugh. I like how Jack's laughing, and literally a minute ago, he was like, "My waifu," and that's acceptable.
I just find it funny that you equate white straight male with right wing.
I do.
I just find it
I
funny.
do. In
Why?
America, I do. I'm not saying all, of course. It's a nuanced point, but what I'm saying is the vast majority, and not all. It's irrelevant. I do.
I want to.
But I just want to speak. Let me just respond. Let me just really quickly. So, if you look at something like Stellar Blade, that got great reviews by journalists. The Kotaku's of the world, or I'd have to go look at Metacritic, but it's like an 80 or an 81. It is a very. What's that? Yeah, well, it's a very male-gazy, lesbian or straight male game, and I love shit like that too. And I didn't love it because it's too hard for me.
God of War, so
yeah, people think because I'm the most progressive guy you've ever met that I suddenly don't like overt sexuality in my content. I love it. It's great. I'm playing a game right now, The Killing Antidote. Get it on Steam. You can have the woman running around in panties and her bra, and the more damage she takes, the less clothes she wears, and it's also a very competent Resident Evil 2 remake clone, right? But that leads to the biggest point of this, right? I get YouTube. I get clickbait. I get rage bait. I get it. And I don't know what kind of channel this is, or I don't know what kind of conversation we're trying to have. But what I will tell you is the most obvious thing from talking to you guys across the board is that most of us seem to be able to agree that if you drill down some of these arguments, and you apply a little bit of nuance juice to them, and open your mind and go, oh, that's what he's saying he doesn't like. Okay, that's cool. And are there absolute racists? Yes. They probably don't outnumber the trolls on Twitter, but I would say between racists and trolls, they have painted on both sides, not racist on the left, but in terms of holier than thou types or people who want to speak, whatever. They have painted
very much racist on the left.
Okay. They have painted then you get into definitions. It doesn't matter. But the point is, though, bad actors on both sides. Okay. How about that? They have painted the conversation. No, I didn't say that. They have
let him go.
They have painted, in my opinion, the arguments of each side with such a broad brush and such a, if you have this view, there is no nuance. And that really, if we really care about this and we're not just doing it for fun debating, which I get the value of both, you can't have the conversation without asking, is that solvable? Right? Because you yourself talked about your brother playing Battlefield 5. And I'm like, oh, well, he sounds like a guy who loves his historical accuracy. Yeah, that's not for him. Not for him. Or, and I'm sorry, the guy on the bottom right who we can't hear his mic. TC. He clearly has issues with AC's, his expectations of a historically accurate game from that company don't come anywhere close to mine. But I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, if that's what he thinks Assassin's Creed is, I totally get that. But that's not where we're at in the discourse. And I think we're all being played because guess who makes money when we hate each other and argue? It ain't me.
I make money, first of all.
Yeah, to be fair, I make money too, yeah.
Well, okay, but so then let's frame it for what it is. Let's not.
Too, to be clear.
I do, but I never go.
Who makes money on this? You know they do.
Okay, but then let's. Okay,
other journalists make money off of this.
That's
they do.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying they don't, but don't frame it then as a genuine conversation. I enter into it. Well, what I'm saying is, if we take the nuance and apply it to the gamer toxicity on either direction, and I imagine we would diffuse 80% of the anger and tension that we see on gamer Twitter.
You keep using that word.
What word?
I don't think it means what you think it means.
Okay.
Nuance.
It means exactly what I think it means.
Okay.
But speak to why it doesn't.
If I may interject to kind of get us back on track a little bit, because I think we're talking past each other just a little bit. So to address something that you just said, right? I do not think that me having a business and making money precludes me being genuine and honest and having an honest conversation. We can make money. We can.
I didn't say it.
Didn't say it did. Things, and still, like Kotaku can make money. I don't think.
Okay, but would you agree that there is more money to be made in simplifying the narrative to the point?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and that is what I am talking about. I'm not saying a genuine conversation can't be lucrative. I'm talking.
Yeah, but we can. Yeah, fair enough. But here's the problem: is that in order again, Short Fat Otaku brought this up, and I don't feel it was addressed. Right? Is that one of the problems is in order to defend themselves against
just call me Dev,
like,
okay?
Valid criticisms. Many games have said, "Oh, our critics are just racist. Our critics are just sexist. They just don't like that we had a black person in our game," and that is a real problem because I feel a lot of people. One of the reasons people just aren't really sold on games journalism anymore, aren't really sold on buying games anymore, is because they feel pushed out because of this. They say, "Oh, I'm
Statistic where most
criticizing this
people are
game."
playing games
Right?
that are
Just real
like,
quick, if I may. I'm playing this game, right? And I don't like this game, but if I criticize it, I'm going to be called racist. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And they just go do other things. And that's what. Can you at least recognize? And this is to Jaffe and King David here.
I can recognize
problem.
I can recognize that there are scenarios where that exists, but I would challenge you to find me developers where if somebody wrote to Square on Twitter and said, and not in an asshole way, but was like, dude, I wanted to like your game and the parkour is great, but it's so fucking boring. There's nothing in the open world. And then if you want to show me a response where they say you're a fucking racist, cool, then I would agree with you. But I think more often than not, I can find you a lot more tweet examples and forum examples where they go right for the jugular of it's a woman and she's black. That's what you see more of. So I agree with you that the people that are speaking in a more, sorry, Jack, nuanced way should be given some grace. And if they're not, that's unfortunate and that's wrong. But I would argue that you're going to find a lot more evidence of these gamers reaching out the minute they see something that they think is offensive to their sensibilities.
I'll give you a good example.
Please do.
I'll give you a good example. Hogwarts Legacy. There was people who put anyone who played it, even played it on stream, on a list.
It's not a good example.
Right? Of anyone who. Why is that not a good example?
Because you're because you're talking. Because you're not talking. Okay, because you're not talking about the developer's response to these people. You're talking about the journalist response, and more importantly, you're talking about the response to J.K. Rowling that had nothing to do with the game. I'm talking. I'm talking about the game itself.
Troubled Cat, go ahead. Try again.
So I have an example of what the developers did. When people were crying out saying, oh no, there's a anti-HJW on the team, you need to let him go, they got the person fired.
Say it again. Say it again. I'm so sorry. I didn't understand.
So there was a developer on Hogwarts Legacy that had a YouTube channel, and he was a big anti-HJW. It was basically anti-progressive. We can put it that way.
Okay.
Fans of the game were like, listen, we want him gone. He shouldn't be there. Studio responded, got him fired. When we, on my side, call for someone to be let go of a community manager, if they're being aggressive to the fans, something that happened with, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Trench Crusade, where they were just banning people who seemed conservative. They didn't even know the people's political opinions, but they just banned them because they got a fine. No, when people are saying you need to say to the developers, you need to fire them, you need to replace them, nothing gets done. Okay. So when it comes from our side, no action's taken, but immediately when it's anyone else, it's like, no, we need to appease these people.
Could you provide the name of the person that was fired? Because I'm looking it up. I want to. Is it Carolyn?
I recall this story, but I don't have it on offhand. But I remember seeing this story it was like 5 years ago now.
I would just like to. I would like to know what she said.
No. It was a male developer that got. It was
okay, so Hogwarts Legacy developer fired.
In the meantime, there was also the Avowed thing that came out of bloody nowhere. He wasn't responding to anyone. He just said, if you don't like pronouns, you should wait till you see the next guy. Yeah, you're muted, by the way, King.
No, yeah, that interview with the Avowed thing, that interview was pretty much after we had our interview with him. And that goes back to what I was talking about again. One individual harming the team. You have an art director that said something that, and he egged it on as far as, provoking Elon Musk and stuff like this.
There was also other stuff that came out around that where, other developers on that team, the nuance that you like to talk about, Jeff, other developers came out and said, this man's a tyrant, but, we can't get out from underneath this progressive tyranny on this development team.
Yeah,
you have to understand where the laws of falls, right? So terminating, wrongful termination is
I don't want anyone terminated. He can say as much stupid crap as he likes. I don't want him to lose his job.
Kat said that they asked for somebody to be fired,
but they didn't. Okay? By the way, that's not true. That's not accurate. Right, I'm looking at it right now.
I'm just talking from what we just said.
In general,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, in general. That's not how the real world works, right? So this developer that is an art director, and I'm going to talk specifically about Avowed right now. And then Wick had asked me exactly what he wanted to ask me again, so I can answer it,
It's
right? Because
okay,
it
man.
seems
Go
like
ahead. Go
that
ahead.
I'm
No,
just
it's chaos.
reactionary
We do
to
a
a
little
lot of
chaotic,
stuff. All
right?
right, yeah, but all right. So the Avowed developer, I didn't agree exactly with anything that he had to say because he made it about himself. I don't like me people. Me people in a we environment is very detrimental to the project, right? So again, it goes right back to what I was saying before. The we people makes everything go along. You won't ever hear anything out of that studio. You will hear positive roses. Everybody's quiet. The me people seem to make it about themselves when the lights is on the brightest when it's supposed to be about the we. And this is a problem that we have. Okay, so you have some bad actors. I can guarantee he will have a harder time later on finding a place to land after the project is released. I believe that
Agreed.
after the project is released, I believe that his artwork is no longer needed or necessary at this point in time, and they can justify a termination if a termination is in thought.
Well, there's
Right?
plenty
So
of
if somebody
terminations happening right now.
So
right, well,
just
but that's
yeah.
for something totally different. Those things is how the industry is going right now for other reasons. Now, go ahead, Wick, please. You asked David and I a question, but David got a chance to answer the question. I needed to understand it again, and I do apologize for
No,
asking you
it's
again.
fine. A lot of people jump in. It's a chaos thing. I get it.
That's cool.
I have no problem asking it again.
I'm used to it, but
so
it's great.
okay, right. So basically, I'm asking if you recognize that there is a problem here because a lot of people are stopping like caring about games. They're leaving games. They're boycotting games. They're just not paying any attention to games journalism anymore because they feel unfairly attacked because they get painted with a broad brush when they have any criticism. One of the tactics that they've seen both journalists and developers use is that if the game is bad and it gets criticism, the game always says, "Well, no, you're just racist against our policies. You're just mad that there's a black person in there.
Okay,
You're not mad about the game, right?"
all
And
right, I
that's
get it.
do you recognize that's a problem?
Okay, what I can say is Twitter is an echo chamber, right? And it's an echo chamber on both sides. So when one individual, and you got to think, it's not one individual that's going at a journalist. I get a ton of crappy text to me on Twitter, and they're very disingenuous, and they lie and say I say things that I didn't say, and I ask them to please give an example. Listen. David understands I incite the riot, and I like that part. You can go ahead and say whatever you say, as long as you're not cursing at me. We're great. As long as you don't call me out of my name, we're fantastic. Because I understand exactly this is the arena that I'm going to play in. A lot of people can't handle that type of criticism coming back to them. So maybe one of the journalists had a piling on and took it out on the wrong person. I've done that. I've taken it out on the wrong person and then looked at the timeline and went back and said, I do apologize. I thought that was directed towards me. And I have to take ownership of that wrong arrow. No, this arrow was meant for this guy, right? So not everybody can take ownership or accountability for their misdeeds when it comes to Twitter or any social media. A lot of times people want to sweep it under the rug and blame you for their faults. Now, I can't say for everyone, this is... Oh,
can you say it again?
Yes. Sorry, Alexa, be quiet. That's what happens when you're in a
Sexist.
progressive house, right?
Even the robots interrupt you, man.
I know, right? It's crazy. But the fact of the matter is this: a lot of times there's not a level of accountability, and I don't believe a lot of journalists do take accountability when they are wrong. To
What
just
should be the accountability?
well, let's say you did say something to me,
Okay.
right? And you asked me an honest question. I did this. Somebody asked me an honest question. I had a bad day. I answered him completely wrong. I had to make a video in answering him because it was that much of an apology on my part. A lot of people won't take that level of accountability. What I'm saying is sometimes people could be having a bad day and your question can just be the tipping point, but you didn't ask it with a mean spirit. You asked that question with a general heart, and I took it wrong. So sometimes a lot of people can take something wrong. It just has to be a level of accountability. See, sometimes people shut off their phone and think the problem will go away. No, you're still stuck in that echo chamber, and it's going to pile on because other people are going to see that instance and they're going to add on to it. So until you address the matter will still be present. So either you can address it or you can't. But I do believe that the bigger problem when it comes to certain things has to be the social media aspect of it. I do believe that there has to be rules in place when it comes to certain companies, especially if you're dealing with, this is why you have media training. This is the reason why you have to go to, they have a handler. A lot of times when we do interviews with individuals, there's a handler in the background. Just in case this thing goes off the rails, they fix it. So I understand your point. And there's truth to your
They
point.
can try to fix it. They hated me.
They can't.
They
once the cat is
hated
out the
me.
bag. Yeah, exactly. But you see, also, you have to understand who you're dealing with, right? But
Sure.
Again, there has to be a level of accountability on both parts. Now, if you ask a question mean-spirited and that journalist answers you in a mean-spirited way, now you have to take accountability of what you tried to provoke. So if you tried to get an inflammatory answer out of a journalist and you got it, you can't run around and hide after you got burnt.
Yeah,
That
you
just
wanted
happens.
the smoke and you got the smoke. I get it. I understand. And
part,
there's a
right.
time and a place for that too. I want to get some more people in on this as well and get their opinions. I want to hear from Short Fat Otaku, then Troubled Cat, and then we'll go back to.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, sure.
You
I don't
can-
have anything to directly say to that. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Troubled Cat, what you got?
But no. I do have something to say, but it's not related to what was just said. I want to respond to something from earlier, if that's okay.
Go ahead. Short
Okay,
Fat Otaku,
okay.
it's your time to shine, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So you had, David, you had asked for something. You had asked for examples. I think 3 or 4 times now of various different claims that were being brought up over the course of the past hour or so. You said, "Hey, do you have an example of that? Do you have an example of
Right.
that?"
Which a couple things, different things you mean.
Yeah. So I mean, I have a lot of files on a lot of these topics, and it's too much to all dig up right now. But I can at least talk to you about 2 examples of certain things that we've talked about. So here, I'll put it on my screen. I'm not streaming, so maybe if you want to bring me up, Wick, or something, but I'll put it on my screen.
Yeah,
So-
you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys can see it. So this is the writer of Dragon Age, David Gator, and when his game started getting these criticisms.
Which Dragon
He
Age?
ended up
The new ones? The new Veilguard?
I think it's actually a previous one, not Veilguard.
Okay.
But he started getting criticism for some of his work, and he responded with this here. He said, "The females aren't hot enough," and he's mocking people who say that. Yet because they've clued into the notion that this is obviously incel behavior, they've swapped out unattractive for masculine and thus transgender, because that's a framing which makes them seem political instead of porn-brained, but we all know what they mean.
Okay.
And here I am recalling how this has been a thing ever since some dude whined 10 years ago about Cassandra actually being a man, posting over and over and over about her giant jaw and posting phrenology pictures to scientifically prove why his pee-pee remained flaccid. So what I'm getting at here is that...
Are you going to show what he was responding to? Because I'm
No, I
sure
don't
those...
have to.
Well, then how do you know...
Well,
You've got a very high bar, sir. I'll give you that.
well, no. The question earlier was, you didn't want to see randoms shitting on gamers for critiquing Forspoken and saying you're just racist. You wanted to see this sort of hatred coming from developers onto gamers.
Well, what I said,
developer.
kind of. No, what I said was that there are people that speak to developers in a way. I'm looking at one right now from Forspoken. This is a tweet that says the whole hip hop walk talking about Forspoken is a bit cringe. Yeah, but I also think it's still important to have more people of color leads in AAA games. So it's still a positive step, even though it's cringe, right? That's, to me, a benign but interesting comment that a developer would get. Right above that is, man, why can't she be like a regular Brit? Did Japanese devs and publishers really see that much of a necessity to put their tongues that deep in some American's anus? The guy above that wrote, woke, wokey, what he did it like 30 times. How many the character count could fit, right? So so what I'm saying is if we don't have the context of what that guy was responding to, I can almost guarantee you he was not responding to a question.
It doesn't matter.
It totally matters. In the,
It
sure,
doesn't matter at all.
Hold on, it somewhat matters
it,
because
well, wait, what?
I think-
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think I mean everyone should receive the energy they give. I think everyone understands that. But also, if you are a developer, and if you're a developer, if you're a big name in a community, if you have a large platform, if you're making these games, and your fans come at you, that sucks when it happens. But then when you come at them, even if it's in response, you're still going to be like, well, I'm never giving you my fucking money again. And then 10 other people see it and they're like, well, I'm never giving you my fucking money again.
Okay, you're saying it matters to the business. We've already all pretty much agreed. I don't think anybody disagreed on this panel that ideally social media should not be able to be given to people while they're working on a big project. And if it is, somehow you need to make it very, very clear, kind of like King is saying, that this is a we project. And yeah, there's a guy who thinks this. There's also 20 guys who think that. You're talking about it matters at a practical level of how a developer should function in order to make the most money and get the most fans. I agree with you. But the fact that he said that, though, doesn't mean as a human being he wasn't justified by what he was responding to. But since we don't have that, we don't really know. If that was his response to somebody going, I really like your work, man, but God, I think the characters in Dragon Age just aren't as attractive as they used to be. What's going on with that? Then I think he sounds like an asshole. But my guess is...
That's fair.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull it up again. Let's assume the worst case scenario, okay? Because he says, because they've clued into the notion...
That word assume is very dangerous.
It is,
That's
but this
the
is just
part where the danger starts. Okay.
We'll make an ass out of you and me.
Well, just hypothetically, okay? So he says they've clued into the notion that this is obviously incel behavior. They've swapped out unattractive for masculine and thus transgender because that's a framing which makes them seem political instead of porn-brained. So let's assume the worst case scenario, hypothetically, that the comment he's replying to is someone who has said the girls in your games are ugly and I don't like them. And why are you pushing this uglification of women onto us? And are you guys all gay or whatever, right?
Right. Okay.
So if we assume that he's saying that, no, hold on, sorry, they say masculine, not ugly in this, right? So if someone looks at a female character and even in a very rude way says, "Why did you make this woman look like a man?"
Mm-hmm.
Is that actually something that's like anti-trans? Is it really unreasonable to want your girls hot in video games? You know what I mean?
I think it is reasonable and unreasonable. I think it depends on the game and what they're trying to achieve. I like a lot of women in games that are hot, but I don't need them all to be hot depending on the game. Like I don't want to watch a porn and have the woman look like, somebody cosplaying a victim of the Black Plague. But if I'm watching a fucking documentary, if I'm watching a historical piece of fiction about the Black Plague, you're going to make her look kind of rough around the edges. So I think, but I
agree with you. I agree with you. I can give two examples, for example.
May I jump in?
Here, give me 30 seconds and I'll give it to you. Give me 30 seconds and I'll give it to you, okay?
And after that, I do have to get to super chats, so...
Okay.
That makes my money.
So one example of what you're talking about, where I think you're correct, is the recent controversy with Witcher 4. Everyone's saying that Ciri looks ugly in Witcher 4. I don't think she looks ugly. I think that's ridiculous. I think everyone's like anti-woke radar or whatever is way fucking overtuned at this point. Yeah. She's not ugly.
Agreed.
The other example, though, is I think Aphrodite in Hades 2.
What do you mean by anti-woke? What do you mean by that?
Sorry, anti-progressive. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, no, it's not even that. It's the feminist agenda or what? Which word are you using?
But
that's too long of a conversation.
No, it's because I'm just educating you on using your words because you know your words. You know what words that you want to use. You said that she looks a certain way. So does she looks like it's a feminist agenda? That's the word that either you're going to use and not use like anti-woke or whatever the hell. That part. That's the only part that like kind of eggs my egg.
I understand.
I assume you're also egged a little bit by the fact that it's, co-opting a word from African-American vernacular, and most white people don't even know the history of it. But that said...
Yeah, well, you already know that part. We talked about it before.
Yeah, I know that part, but most people who say it... Anyway.
So the other example where I think people have legitimate complaints is Aphrodite in Hades 2, because Aphrodite is supposed to be this goddess of beauty and sexuality. So she's supposed to be incredibly hot, and they made her look somewhat masculine.
I'm looking
I
her up.
didn't have a problem with Aphrodite in Hades too.
Oh, so it's acceptable.
I
Because
did.
your
I
dick
did.
got hard, so it's acceptable.
No,
But still, though,
my,
like,
my wife's the one that plays Hades. I've never touched it.
And then,
yeah,
I mean,
she's good looking.
I also recall the discourse around Stellar Blade. I remember seeing some podcasts of these four progressive guys who said, "Oh, well, this seems like it's a little bit 2000s," and they made it too much like a doll. And I'm like, I don't care. Give me the big asses.
Yes.
Give me the big tits. I don't care.
Absolutely.
care.
And
The
and
only game that I had a problem with that they uglified the character, and I know that it should never be like that because I am a huge Spider-Man head.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking
Mary
about.
Jane.
Yeah, Mary Jane.
Yep,
Mary
Mary
Jane should not
Jane.
look like my aunt. Mary Jane is a supermodel. All right, and I know that for intents and purposes, they made her a journalist inside the game. I don't care about her being a journalist. Okay, good. You could be a hot journalist, but the whole crux behind her and Peter's whole interaction is he can't believe that he finally got the hot girl because Peter is not supposed to get the hot girl. Peter is a completely he's a below 5. That's who Peter is. Spider-Man is a plus 10. He is a below 5.
that's
So
why he gets the
him
black
getting-
cat.
Yeah, well, that part right there. So that whole dynamics is supposed to work in that way that Peter actually gets the
Gentleman.
hot girl, Spider-Man gets the hotter girl. But when you have Mary
Gentlemen, I have
Jane,
been more than patient.
Is it your turn next, dude? I didn't get my second example on, but go ahead.
Well, it's the fact that I came on here and I brought TC along because he is my box ticker for today. You know, person of color, gay, femboy, thick thighs. Go read his Twitter bio.
Based.
And we've come in, we've sat quietly, and we've basically just listened to Mr. Jaffe here say, "Oh no, it's all fine, everything's fine." But
I didn't say it was
one of the
fine.
questions we yes, you did.
No, we're not.
Every time someone brings a point, I didn't say that, but no, we're going to go forward, and we're going to look.
Well,
at
why
what
don't you
the
off? Don't
harm-
wait. I
we're
want to
going
shut
look
up
at
and
the
let
harm,
you
and we're going to
speak,
look at
but
actual
you cannot
actual harm that
accuse
things
me
have
of
happened
saying
here.
that.
Going to keep talking over you.
It doesn't matter, Jack. What I'm saying is, if you are saying to me,
Hold on. We do have to go one at a
you
time.
do not get to accuse me of saying things
God,
and then
that's
not
something
tell
Hold
me
on.
when.
Jaffe, you can respond to him after, but we do have to let Jack go a little bit.
I would love to let him go
it's,
a lot.
It's myself and also TC.
TC can speak for himself.
Yes, he can. That's what I'm trying to say.
He doesn't need your help.
So
Speak
what
up, TC.
Jeez, man.
It's
Calm
not
down.
geez, man. When you accuse me of basically lying, then
Okay,
I
so
take
back to
issue.
the main point. Should we go back to the main
Yes,
point?
let's
of the debate?
avoid the insult and go to the main point and make you sound like you're being rational. Begin. Continue, Jack.
Okay. Well, thank you. So we decided we were going to talk about the harm that happens from, let's call it left-wing ideology to avoid using the word woke. We were going to provide a Gramscian take on that for you. We actually wrote out a document for you.
God.
But so just because is woke in the room with us now is a valid critique. Like, what do you mean when you mean woke? It's like porn. I know it when I see it. The industry is in a bad place. We've got massive layoffs. I think there was a news article out just in the last few days where loads of quote-unquote narrative designers are being laid off in droves, and this is hot on the heels of flop after flop after flop out the AAA games that are quite high publicity. High profile, thank you. One of which would be Dragon Age Veilguard, which is sitting at positive reviews on Steam, but has slipped really quickly in terms of concurrent player numbers. In contrast, you look at something like Black Myth Wukong, which advertised itself on no politics. By the way, that's my point of view. I'm apolitical. I hate politics. I despise politics. I hate the word woke. Well, you don't bring me on here because of my political takes. You bring me on here for my I like the elves. I think that's pretty much it, right?
I do bring you on for your political take.
Well, the fact that I don't like politics in my games.
That's a political
Look,
take. Go ahead.
if some, no, it's not. We can talk about this another time, another show. But it's when a developer, one after the other, in many high-profile cases, and YouTube picks up on this, and I actually agree with you to a point, Jaffe, that YouTube stokes the fire. I was going to buy Avowed. I was going to stream that day one because I like Pillars of Eternity. After what happened with Avowed, seeing pronouns in the game doesn't really bother me. I liked Starfield, and everyone got upset, heels versus babyface with the pronouns on that. I've got a very high tolerance. But the racism that came out of that studio, and it was a leadership position, that turns me off as a consumer. And you keep saying, as a developer, someone that makes games. Well, as a consumer, someone that buys and plays games, not professionally, such as yourself, King, but just I casually play. I prefer TTRPGs. I do not want to be talked to like that. I'm not going to give money to people that hate me. I'm non-binary when it comes to things like that.
Great.
I got the pun. Don't worry. Non-binary. Yeah,
I stole it shamelessly. I can't remember.
I mean, you're saying so much that is based in nothing but emotion and no facts, but I don't want to dominate anymore. So when you're ready to get back to me. I gave you several
facts. You got Veilguard.
You didn't. Here's what you said. You said the industry is in a bad place. The industry.
You got massive layoffs.
That's a different concept. Massive layoffs are coming for
narrative design specifically.
Okay, do you want to really go toe-to-toe with me on this? Fine, let's do it. Let me explain to you. You can laugh like a smug ass, or you can listen and learn. Because listen, I'm
British. Of course I'm fucking smug.
Call me. Yeah.
He let you go. You got to let him go. Go ahead, Jaffe.
Here's the deal. Okay, the vast majority, and I'm not saying that political takes in games has not had an impact on the sales and or the rage bait that people make money off. But what I will tell you that has been more impactful is if you look at the statistics of people who are playing Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, Call of Duty, service-based games have taken over. Younger generations are not like I was, and probably not even like you were. You're much younger than me. Where we would go and be like, oh shit, there's a big new game coming out this Tuesday. It's this great big action adventure called whatever, Shadow of the Colossus, God of War, Killzone. Those days are gone. If you want to play that kind of stuff, the vast majority of it is happening on AA in indie space, whether you're playing that on a console or you're playing that on a PC. So the vast majority of that, if you look at the top selling games of 2024, only 4 of them, and 3 of them are branded, are single player. Okay? It's Spider-Man at number 20. And then down below that, you've got Hogwarts, which has been in forever, which is all about the branding, as is Spider-Man. The only original title you've got in there is Elden Ring, which is 2 years old at this point. Everything else is Madden. Everything else is MLB The Show. It's soccer. It's Call of Duty. It's Fortnite. That is
where... Baldur's Gate 3 not in there?
It is not in there. No, it was in there the year before. It didn't hang on, at least on console. And so what I'm saying to you is, when you say you've given me lots of facts, well, you've said a couple things that are wrong. You've said it's in a bad place. The industry's making more money than it ever has. Are there layoffs? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. But that doesn't...
companies going down? So, Ubisoft on the teetering? Is it a mixed bag? Would that be fair to say?
It would not be fair to say. What would be fair to say is there are companies that are not adapting well to the seismic shifts that have happened since online really took over and service-based games really took over. Sony's a great example. Everybody makes fun of Jim Ryan, the ex-CEO, because it's like, oh, you're an idiot for doing service games. Well, he's an idiot when they fail, and most of them do, but he's a genius when they work, like Helldivers 2. So you got that wrong. The other thing you got wrong is Black Myth Wukong.
Helldivers 2 fell off hard.
Let him go. Let him finish. And then I have a question for him.
Black Myth Wukong was a massive hit, but the vast majority of sales for that game came out of China. It came out of China because it was a cultural celebratory act. They gave people the day off from work to stay home and play that game. It was basically making a video game analogous to their version of the Bible. In America, that game probably has sold so far about 3 million copies, which is great. I loved it. Fucking excellent game. But the idea that you just want to paint with this brush that everybody loves it and it wasn't political. See? No, I won't see, because you're just fucking wrong. And you, like a lot of these people on YouTube, go out there and you make your ducats and you make your way and you make your reputation. And you make your reputation by saying shit that feels good.
I make my reputation.
I don't give a... okay, maybe it's not... Okay, people, they make the reputation...
You don't know me, man. Come on.
Well, it goes both ways. They make their reputation, let's just say by saying shit that feels true, but they don't actually really know what's happening. And I think King could probably back me up because he deals with these people more often than I do.
And I was going to elaborate because a lot of the thoughts. Okay, for those that are not in the know, they would have your opinion. And it's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with your opinion because you're looking at it on the outward as a consumer. As a
Mhm.
consumer, you're looking at it and you're saying that this stuff has cropped up and it has coincided with the downward turn that video games is having. I just gave a kind of thesis the other day based on the fact that the free to play games is eroding the market to a point where individuals have no need to purchase games because a free to game business model is reliant upon you feeling that you've gotten such a great product that you have to give back to said product. And that is not necessarily happening because economic times that we're having now, that money that you do save off of that free product, you're using it to eat, you're using it to survive, you're using it to buy clothes or whatever the hell that you're going to do. You're not taking that money and investing it back into the ecosystem, which is video games. Now, some people are, some people aren't. Now, those people that do get a chance to get live service games, which David did eloquate upon, which Sony with the 12 games of service. They're very costly. Now, some games, and you would probably get this from Concord. I thought Concord was a very good game. What they didn't have was the wherewithal to withstand the low sales in the beginning, which is one. They didn't have great character models because they didn't listen to the community. This is when you believe so much in your product, you didn't beta test it. You didn't put it out to the public. And it wasn't based on a free to play model. That game was based off of a pay to play model. When you have free to play models that are greater than your pay to play model, you are evidently going to fail. And I know you're going to say,
Correct me if I'm
go
wrong.
ahead.
I just want to clarify
Right.
something. They did beta test it. The beta test did horribly. It was an open free
Oh
beta.
no, you
That's
okay,
different.
Well,
That's
that
play
thing
test.
was in a closed ecosystem, right? It wasn't
Okay.
beta tested. See,
Wait, but I just semantics. So
Right.
they did a network beta test, which was
Right.
about could the servers handle. It was purely technical.
Right.
What I think King you're talking about is more of a conceptual test,
Right.
like, hey, do these characters resonate? That would have happened 2
That-
years before.
Exactly. And
Well,
when
it failed, whatever it was.
Yeah.
and whenever they were doing these things, it just they didn't hit the right, check the right boxes. All right, so that's why that game failed, and it could have succeeded. I have a whole plan for it succeeding, but it has to succeed in a free to play model.
So
Games
if-
aren't selling as much
Well,
as they normally do.
So here's the thing. 'Cause I kind of just disagree with both of you, actually. If you don't,
Right.
you want to go Wick or?
Both me and him, or those two?
I'll take it. Go for it. Just
Yeah, I'll
Well,
let you go.
all three of you in a sense. But I guess I'll go one at a time. So, Lost Lore Scholar, you said at one point that you don't want politics in your video games. You're apolitical video games.
I've gotten sick and tired of it. Yes.
I understand. And I mean, if you're gonna play like Astrobot, there's not really much political content.
Well,
in
like I say,
Astrobot. It's just a platformer.
I'm a
just hear me out.
RPG guy, so that's
yeah.
where my
Right.
attitude comes from.
But it's like I said when I first joined, is that people understand you can have good political games. They have to be good, right? Final Fantasy VII is a political story. It's a good game. Everyone thinks it's an amazing RPG, but it clearly has political content. Mass Effect, pretty good trilogy. It has political content. You have the space racism, and you have wars.
Can I make a
It has political
clarification
content.
with you here because I had
go
this
ahead, go
conversation. We're actually in a realm I'm more comfortable with here, and that is narratively political versus political ideology subverting the narrative. Now, I often use the example of if I create a world to tell a story and I have a king in his castle, am I telling people via the story that feudalism is the way to go? Absolutely not. Yes, there is a political system being portrayed in the video game. That does not mean that I am supporting that political system. Tolkien himself was quite adamant about this, that he liked monarchy, but he wouldn't support it. Just because he had monarchy in his books doesn't mean that monarchy was the best thing for us. Same thing with Final Fantasy VII there, eco-terrorism. I don't think the people at Square Enix would actually be in favor of eco-terrorism. They showed a political thing happening, but they probably weren't saying that, you should go and blow up power plants. But no,
Yes,
I see your
understand.
point. You can have good political games. From what I know of Celeste, it was very good. Not my thing, but but I'll let you carry on. I just wanted to make that distinction.
No, and that's actually a pretty good distinction to make, because there is a difference between telling a political story versus shoehorning in, your politics into a story, and it kind of like doesn't really fit. Like, yeah, I know you guys talked about Dragon Age Veilguard a whole bunch. There's that very cringe scene where the person walks in and sits down and goes, "I'm non-binary." It comes out of nowhere. Everyone fucking hates that scene.
It doesn't come out of nowhere, but it is terribly written. But it's disingenuous to say it comes out of nowhere.
Okay, fair enough. But still, nonetheless, we all watch that clip and cringe. And it's like,
sure.
Could you have done this a better way? Maybe like
it's worse that it doesn't come out of nowhere.
Well, maybe that is.
well,
but again, this is the problem. People just say shit and they have no real evidence. But continue, please.
That's the part that I'm talking about. There's a lot of clips and trailers, and this is ridiculous. But go ahead.
Yeah.
And also the fact that. No, because you know what? It was a point where it was claimed that the industry is in a low place. It is absolutely is, and
from the outside looking in, it looks like it's in a very low place.
That's the part. So you're talking to people that are in the inside,
too, but,
right? You're talking to people that are in the inside and trying to explain to somebody that's on the outside. I'm not saying that your viewpoint is wrong. What I'm saying
I would still argue that perhaps you're in the echo chamber that you were talking about earlier on.
No,
because most people are playing games that are way, way older than what is currently being released.
I think I can bridge this gap if I may. Because
it's just one part is.
Please, go ahead. Please.
Can't you agree? Given more information, it can change your opinion.
Of course, anything can.
And can you agree that you have a lack of information on the subject that you just have nuance to?
Nice corner. I see. I like your maneuvering. I can talk
about information.
I like your maneuvering there, King.
But I think
very clever. I think it comes from a wrong place.
Yeah, but there's a point here that I think that we need to get to. That I have, like, my problem personal. I'll speak for me. Okay, for Wick. So this is just Wick stuff, right?
Moderate's supposed to be neutral.
You've seen my show before.
I don't think we're too far. I don't think we're too far from each other. This is the reasons why I understand the frustrations, because we are talking close to the same things, but we're talking around each other, and we're talking from different perspectives. We're talking from the inside, and you're talking from the outside. And if I can give you the information, then you maybe will say, "Oh, I can understand that part." I'm not saying that your part is wrong.
Yeah,
not one time.
The issue I'm going to have is you're going to tell me something. I'm then going to look over at everything that I already know and say, "Do my lying eyes deceive me?" But I'll let Wick say what he wants to say, because it's his show.
I am trying, because there's a gap here. I think you're right, King David here. Like that, when you said that subscription-based gaming, right, are succeeding and doing very well, making millions, I don't care, and I still think gaming is failing if I hate subscription games. That's the difference here. Okay, cool. It's all subscription games, and now where's my stuff? Where's the games of old I used to play?
Where's the art?
To me, from my perspective, the gaming industry might as well have been failing, because the specific games and genres that I love do not get made at the same rate anymore, with the same amount of
Then
budget,
frame the question of the debate that way, which is why last night I wrote you guys and I said, I can't do this debate. I don't know what you mean by woke, and I don't know what you mean by woke harming games.
You rejected our definition of woke.
I rejected your definition of woke, and I also rejected your assumption that harm means you don't like it. Is harm financial? Is harm personal? Is harm critically?
No, we said financial. We can put the definition out there.
More than welcome to. There were 2 points.
I don't think what I said had anything to do with woke, though. I think what I said had to do with my perspective of the things, and like this is why, like, cool. It's great that the gaming industry is succeeding, but it's left me behind.
Can I speak to that briefly with a statistic?
You can.
Okay.
I want to get David.
Okay.
I want to let King David respond to that.
Oh well, King David, go ahead first then.
Yeah, I want to let King David respond to what I just said.
Give me the question. Sorry.
No, it's just the response to what I said when I said you're right that subscription game models, they're doing great, but it's leaving me behind, right?
And this is definitely true. Because you have to, companies don't have an infinite amount of money. They have a finite amount of money for a budget for the year. They have a budget that they put out for the beginning of the year, and you have to allocate said budget. Now, does your game fit inside their ecosystem? that's when a lot of companies look to third parties to fulfill your actual needs, because they might have a listing in which what games that they're going to go and make, right? And they have games that they have to support. Now, giving this new time in which games of service you have to pay for the servers, you have to pay for content, you have other people coming in, you have to do the seasons. When the larger AAA companies are doing that business model, third-party titles do come and fulfill those gaps. That's why Black Myth Wukong was a good third-party pickup. Stellar Blade, a good third-party pickup. Square Enix, a good third-party pickup. These games will start to facilitate your taste, right? And but from the main big three, they'll start to come few and far between, right? And I do feel with you because I'm a gamer. All right, I'm just not, I'm going to talk about video games. No, I play games, I stream all day. But see, this is the bigger problem. Earlier today, they released Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on Xbox Game Pass. Now, I said while I wait for it to download, this happened while I'm streaming, I'm going to stream Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is this new service free-to-play game. Yeah, NetEase does it. Wonderfully built. Fantastic game. Great gameplay hook. You do not have to pay a nickel, dime, or penny for this game, right? I choose to. I buy a couple of other, skins and stuff in the game. But I'm playing that while the game is downloading. I know I'm coming onto the show, and I can see my fans looking at the game pop up and said it's ready. But I'm so hooked into the loop, I play 3 more times with the team that I'm with, right? Because we're all in the Discord. We're all having a good time. Now, after I get out of that, I go to my solo single experience, the game that I love, the game that I was waiting for, and I play 10 minutes.
Well, why? Because you had to come on the show?
Well, because I had to come on the show, but also the endorphin hooks that is inside these free-to-play games are crafted so well, they're taking a lot of your gamer time away. I've noticed my gamer score is stagnant. Why? Because you're not getting any achievements or anything in these games. So now you have to weigh your time. You have to wean yourself off of these games. And
see, I've never played free-to-play stuff, so
that's good on you. Stay the hell away.
Well,
You can poop your life away. Yes,
you are bringing up a very.
The reason that Rivals is doing so well is because of the art style.
Right. Well, no, and this is the part where we can go back to. I'm okay. This is the part that we can go back to characters that look epic that you want to be,
and that also. I mean, these are the most beloved characters in pop culture,
and they're also physically attractive. They're also
yes.
They are.
Both of you here. I don't like Marvel. I don't like DC.
You're not offended.
I'm not offended.
I don't own Marvel and I don't own DC. So you're not gonna offend me.
There's not enough elves in it for me. There's no dragons.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You gotta start watching anime.
I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Magic's in it. She's kind of an elf. Kind of.
I do like magic. I'll give you that.
You would like certain aspects of the game because why? What it does is it gives you heroines and heroes that you want to be. I think that's where some of the anger is. When you look at a lot of these characters from the Western, and I noticed an article, I read an article, I think a couple of months ago, that they said Western women in video games are trending on the fugly side. And I said, let me see.
That caught me really off guard. I'm sorry.
but I had to see. And I can't say.
Term, yeah. What's your judgment? Are they the fuglies on the Western?
I think so.
He gave a great argument. I mean, the argument was very stout, and it was, and I said, okay, I can see your argument. And I said, why is this true? Why is this happening? Because then I go back years before where that wasn't so much the case. Lara Croft was a character that we tuned into because she had different assets, and then there was
choice of words.
There was a change when they gave her the rebirth, and those assets were missing.
Never played Tomb
Raider. I was a huge Tomb Raider fan because I'm a kid.
Yeah,
I'm a huge Tomb Raider, right?
my friend had it. I used to watch him get really mad at the controls, and then I'd go haha, and I'd go play Pokemon.
But this is
I will say that
the crux of where we are.
We have a different viewpoint on terms of wanting to be the heroes, though. When this we could go into the Legos thing, but rather than say my point here, I'm actually going to bring in TC because he does keep lighting up, and we're ignoring him.
It's just sorry. I apologize for. I don't mean to talk over you, TC. It's just you don't have a camera, and it's hard to know when you want in.
But Wick, get back to me, Wick, because I do want to respond to your question about where are my games.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to
let the fanboy talk.
I know SFO wants to talk. I know TC wants to talk. I know everyone wants to talk. So we're gonna give it to TC, then we're gonna give it to Jaffe, then we're gonna give it SFO, and then we're probably gonna wrap this up. Cool.
It's past midnight.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely have to wrap it up.
Yeah. So we're gonna go quick. Yeah, go ahead, TC.
So it's the whole talking points of like, oh, there's financial successes. This is the thing. Gamers are consumers. They're going to pay money for whatever comes the brightest to this. This is the issue. Over the past 10 decades, how many new original IPs have we, as opposed to remakes, remasters, etc.? We don't get any new games except for a few. We can say Black Myth Wukong, Celebrate, etc. And the reason for this is most of the people at the studios that tend to work in places like, for example, the European Union that mandates that companies have ESG reports, etc. They hire people that just fit a certain bill, not on merit. I can see you pulling your face, Jaffe.
Because you're pulling things out of your butthole that make no sense. That's not the reason you don't get AAA IP.
Give him that line. He will take that and run with it.
No, let me finish. We've given you entire hours to speak. Learn and listen, as you like to say to everyone.
I would love to learn, but facts are required.
No, I'm going to provide the sources. Jack has it as well. It's in the document that we put that the EU mandates that businesses within their regions need to have ESG reports published if they have over 200 employees and they're listed. This is the reason why you'll see a company like Ubisoft will push ESG because they're based in France, which is what? A European Union company. So please don't come and say, where's the fact?
That's not the thing I'm asking about. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your assumption that that is tied to why you're not getting new AAA IP. Your attribution that is tied to the DEI score is rubbish.
You really do miss the wood for the trees, don't you?
Let Cat go. Cat.
So what's the argument? You have companies that are incentivized to not hire people that have talent and have merit. Then these people have no experience making games. What's the easiest thing to do? Oh, let's take an existing IP, let's just remake it, reboot it, etc. And then we put it out there. That is the reason why they do this. This is the reason why, for example,
anything. I can't listen. I'm going to mute myself. You know nothing. You know nothing. King covers the business. I worked in the business.
Person of color.
He knows. I don't care if you're black, white, or green. It doesn't give you insight into why companies, if you haven't been there, are making decisions. His skin color and his sexual
okay, hold on, here. Let me give you insight then, okay? Because I know that you have some insight.
I have a lot of insight, and King does too. The idea that the reason these games that are now costing $400 to $600 million are not giving you new IP, but they're giving you remakes and they're giving you remasters is because they know that already works and it sells. Because the risk, just like in Hollywood, is terrifying for these executives, which is why you are seeing, which is why you are seeing a lot of freedom, creative freedom in the AA space and the indie space. It happens in every medium. It's why the TV shows that are inexpensive take chances. The movies that are arty-farty indie movies take chances, and the big budget movies are all Marvel. It's not DEI. It's fucking your wallet is what it is.
So it's both, okay? And I'm not an insider like you. However, I had the opportunity at one point to interview someone who worked on the Saints Row reboot for my channel. And this is an insider. This is a guy who worked on this game. And he worked on Saints Row 4, he worked on another game for the company, and he worked on the Saints Row reboot. And so I asked him, like, okay, what is, and I have the interviews on my channel, this is all stuff that's public, okay? So what the hell happened with Saints Row reboot? Because that game fucking sucked. All right. And everyone says, oh, it's woke DEI. Sorry, not using the word woke. Sorry. DEI stuff. Okay. And it's like, okay, what's the actual story? And he said, well, some of it was that they didn't They didn't have enough development time to really finish the game. That's part of it. So they were rushed. They were pressured to show results because the company was going under. There's a lot of financial incentives here. However, he did definitely say that DEI played a role in not only the destruction of the game, but the destruction of the company. Because what happened is you had writers come in who were, let's say, in like the middle management section of the company, and they're these like young millennials, and they say, hey, listen, they whisper into the ear of the CEOs, who, by the way, the CEOs are not ideologically captured. They're not like these crazy socialist subversives who want a revolution. They just want to make money. And so, but these guys are like 80 fucking years old or something. And so you have these writers come in, and these young writers, these hipsters with blue hair or whatever, they're whispering into the ears of the CEOs they're bringing coffee to, and they're saying, hey, you want to make a lot of money? You know what'll make a lot of money? You do a bunch of progressive bullshit. Put that in the game. And they're like, oh, that'll make us money? Yes, it will. And so now you have the guy that I interviewed, he was at the bottom of the rungs in this company. And he's like, yeah, we were told to just do all of this shit. And we all knew it wasn't going to make anybody fucking any money. And it was going to destroy the game. But we had to do it because it was our job. And so there's definitely a class of people in at least some of these companies where they do have an ideological political motivation, and they're convincing the people at the top that this will make them money when it's not going to make
One
them
might
money.
use the word subvert.
I wouldn't, and I don't think anybody is denying that every entertainment product that has been funded by anyone other than the artists themselves are going to basically run into the headwinds of, hey, the people who pay or influence the people who pay, you're going to have to deal with those studio notes. And I played a lot of Saints Row, the new one. I never give a shit about the story. I thought it was a fun B game, whatever. But the fact of the matter is it's like, yeah, but you're not, that's not a smoking gun. Of course there are games that get made, but that goes back to just bad writing. That's why I look at Dragon Age and I go, why are you firing or letting go or pushing out the woman who directed it versus the EA executive that didn't look at it and go, wait a minute. You can put your art in there all you want, but let's be clear. This is a $200 million game. Your time for art is at sort of a different...
Shut that whole branch down, aren't they? Something like
we
that.
don't know. It's a rumor. Nobody knows. Well, we don't know. But anyway, why aren't, we have a division. It's called EA Partners, right? Or there's indie services. But if you are making, what I will agree, and I do want to go back to Wick's point about where are my games. The one thing I think a lot of companies have gotten wrong, and is that there's a statistic came out a couple of years back that the vast majority of men, they were doing stats on if you can pick a male character or a female character, and they said 70% of men will always pick the male character. Now, I'm like, I think it was Jack that says, I like to pick female characters. I like to look at them. When I played Resident Evil, when I played Resident Evil 2 Remake, I played Claire Redfield first, blah, blah, blah. But end of the day, if you are making AAA games and your biggest job is to return your investment, and it's not about, yes, we want to make money, but we also are pushing the art form forward, then I think you have an obligation to look at your demographic and go, 70%, most people who play our games are straight males. And that's just the truth. When you're talking console AAA gaming, it doesn't mean there aren't a lot of women playing, but there's the majority, and you need to sort of allow your people to be artistic and creative, but if they're going to spend that much money, they've got to do it in that particular pen that you've given them to run. And so when King brings up the idea of uglification of women, I agree. I think it's, I think it's wrong that people looked at Star Wars Outlaws, that I thought was great, but expected Kay Vast, the lead character, to look like fucking, a manga porn version of Han Solo, a female manga porn version of Han Solo. That's not Star Wars, unless you're talking Princess Leia.
Would have been based, though.
Well, it would have, but it also probably would have been not something that...
Because we do got it.
But hang on. But do I think, though, that there are very well-intentioned ideas of our culture is so affected by our media and entertainment, and there are products at a large budget level, like The Last of Us 2, that consciously from the beginning say, this is the kind of story we're telling. It's inspired by the road. It's inspired by politics, whatever. We're not looking to put Sydney Sweeney in the role of Ellie because it would be weird and it wouldn't work. But do I think if I were to make another God of War and I had Aphrodite and Sydney Sweeney showed up and said, yeah, I'll do a fucking topless scene and I'll fucking motion capture it and it'll be Fuck yeah, because that game was supposed to hold, that bucket was supposed to hold that kind of game. And instead, they did take God of War, as much as I love 2018 version, and turned it into a game that was like mature with something to say. And it always had something to say, but it was meant to be pulp. It was meant to be comic. And I think a lot of these big companies that you say, where are my games? They have gotten confused who their main audience is. That I will agree with.
There.
But here's
Okay.
the thing, right? Because I have a.
I gotta interject.
intentions,
It'll be short. It'll be short.
I'm
I
saying
think like
nothing
2
else
minutes.
other than thank you guys and
Nothing
thank you,
can do
King.
is short apart from yourself.
I know I have long videos. I know.
Brief, and then I have
Briefly,
to
okay.
I have to wrap this up. Okay.
I would like to run another example by you really quick then, okay? Because I've heard everything that you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to run an example by you just really quickly. So, I mean, none of us here are actually racist, right? We all like, we don't believe that one race is like superior to another race or anything like that. I'm assuming none of us are
unless
racist.
we're talking about orcs and goblins, in which case
Yeah.
I'm a human supremacist. I always
Human
choose humans
supremacist.
in the game. Okay,
So, if we're talking about philosophy, when someone says I'm not a racist or like, you know, we're all equal, what they're saying is that the races have the same moral content, right? So an average white person has the same moral worth as an average black person, and morally they are interchangeable, in fact, because no one is actually superior. So I'll bring up this example really quick because this is from a video game, and it's a tiny story, but I still want to get your take on it, okay? If you want to pull that up again. So these are the posters from the Dead Space remake, okay? And on the left you have the original game. And you know, it's like a propaganda poster that's like in the background in the game, and you have like you have a man who's standing there, you have a woman who's like pointing, and it says "Powering humanity into the future." Right now, in the remake, they changed the man from from a white man to a black man, and they removed the boobs from the woman.
androgenized.
Yeah. So this is just a piece of background fluff, so it's not a big deal. Like, who really cares, right? But somebody working on this game looked at this picture and said, no, I'm going to change it into this one. And now the question is,
takes root.
The question is why?
I can answer that, but I don't want to talk anymore unless you want me to.
Well, we all agree.
People desperately need to go. And look, here, I'll say this.
I'm still streaming. Stay on the thing. I'll stream it.
Look, I'm fine with keeping you guys here, but I want to give an outro to the people who need to go. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay.
King, thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Let me just really finish. I'll just finish this one sentence then, because if we agree that white people and black people have the same moral worth, why would you even innocuously change a white person into a black person for no reason?
Maybe
what
because
is the reason here?
Well, 2 reasons. Maybe number 1 is because they looked at the characters in the game and said everybody else in the game's white. So maybe we could use a black person in here somewhere, put them on a fucking poster, at least it's something. But beyond that, though, the real answer is probably because there are games that are people are hired for certain games and certain roles, and they believe they are artists and they have something to say. But most of them don't. Most people who work in AAA games should stick to being craftspeople, right? They just simply should. And so if this game, the remake, which was delightful and excellent, if this game was meant to be some kind of earnest, realistic take on things, and it was, then I would have agreed with it. But it's just basically tits and ass and aliens and shooting shit. Okay. And I don't think it's the correct place to put that kind of mentality, is what I would say. So, but
okay.
Yeah,
gang. Again, I hate to interject, but people need to go, and I need to give them outros because they have been so kind as to come on my show and give me their time and give me their energy, and I want to make sure that they get the proper respect that they deserve to have an outro to tell people who they are. I have links to all these individuals right into my description today. Please, they have taken time out of their day to pay on my show. Go to my description, click on their links, subscribe to their channels, follow their stuff. They're wonderful. Thank you. I know that King David here has to go. I know that Jack has to go. If you want to stay,
I might stick around for an extra half hour.
If you want to stay, by all means.
I have a few more questions. Yeah, if there's.
Yeah, we can stay and talk. And I got to get to the super chats, but I want to give the time to go. So King David, I know you have to go. Again, tell people who you are and your closing thoughts on this, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I'm thankful that David looked upon me to have this conversation with you guys today. A lot of this stuff is very nuanced, And the more information that you have is the more informed decision that you make about the subject can be had. Trust me, I wish I had a little bit more time to give you a little bit more information on the
Maybe
subjects
we'll have you
because
back like one-on-one.
yeah,
That'd be
because
great,
I
yeah.
believe if Jack can actually hear a lot of the stuff that I do have to say, because I'm not saying that your opinion from your viewpoint is wrong. I'm not saying that. And I'm also not saying that your concern about an industry that you love is not ill placed. I believe that is well placed because I have the same concerns in the same industry, but having the information that I do have and actually sitting down with these developers and sitting down with these heads of the company and getting a chance to see exactly because I follow the stock market and I go through all that stuff. I know exactly who runs the show, who really runs the show, who's really pulling the strings. And there's an answer for your why that poster was like that. One of those posters could have been placed inside a region where that is appealing to that individual, and that other poster could be placed in a region where that poster is appealing to those individuals. So there could be reasons for different people in different posters. They do it all across the world. There's a reason why you do not see a black man inside the poster for Captain America in China. It's stuff like that that happens. You have to understand what region and what demographic that you're talking to. All right. So there's nuanced things to stuff, and I know the word is gonna, and I'm using it on purpose for Jack because I actually really like Jack. I think Jack is really cool.
I like you too, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I
But
especially like the style. Slick.
Well, yeah, let him finish up.
thank you for having me
Complimenting the
on
man. Leave me alone.
Iron Lords podcast Sundays.
Great fucking podcast. Listen to that damn thing. It's excellent.
Thank you. Eastern Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where it's just four family friends that we talk about games, and we talk from different perspectives. And that's on Sundays. Me, Xbox Frontline News. I drop videos daily, and they are short videos or long videos, depending on whatever the subject matter is. And it's about Xbox and about the industry as a whole, but with an Xbox slant. And it's a satire. It's a satire show where it's tongue-in-cheek and it's fun, and I'm poking fun at Sony. But then there's Frontline Gaming Streams, where I stream games daily. And that's, again, a fun romp where you can join the Discord and you can have fun. We can talk about games, because what I think we should do more of is play games, and less of is talk about them on Twitter. So
Agreed.
that's my stance on it, and I appreciate each and every last one of you guys. Thank you so much, and I really wish Kat would have, because I really was interested in Kat's opinion on a lot of things. So, Kat, I do appreciate you being here, and you weren't not seen. You were seen, and I definitely wanted to hear more from you. So I appreciate everybody. I got to go drop my son off.
Go do
Right.
your
Thanks,
thing.
buddy. Thank you.
Welcome,
guys.
and thanks for
All
being
right.
here again.
I appreciate
Bye,
it.
everyone. Go check them
Thank
out.
you.
I will be right back myself.
Yeah,
So.
do your thing. Troubled Cat, are you still able to hang with us, or do you need to go as well?
I literally took leave for Friday so I could be here for as long as possible. So
And
I'm here until
wonderful. Okay. In the meantime, then, while we have a chance, I'm gonna read your super chats because you're giving me money, and I want to pay you back for it. So let me lightning round these things, and I appreciate you, and thank you. And honestly, gang, you were very generous today, yesterday, all of it. Very nice. $10 from Fancy Teeth. His inclusion is totally fine, and this is talking about Yakuza, by the way. People forget Assassin's Creed is partially about interacting with famous people from history. This is clearly fantasy, but it's going back to one of those key tenets. Fancy Teeth has become a member. Thank you for the membership. There has been no issue if it was Eugene Kolash. $5 from Couple of Adventurers. Please release Jack back to his family after this interview. I make no promises. $2 from Elvin Made In. Thank you for those $2. No message. I don't see it, at least. $2 from X Jaffe. Would you support Kratos coming out as trans?
I mean, he's not real, but as a piece of writing, I don't politically, emotionally, I don't care. And I think if you really care about historical accuracy, my understanding is ancient Greece was kind of a hotbed of bisexuality, which is not trans. I know you're talking something else. I'm just trying to think. That's what I get asked first usually, so that's my go-to answer. But I think if it was, again, like anything else, I think it would be very hard to pull that off at a writing level because none of those seeds, as far as I can tell, have been planted. But if it was a well-written story, sure, I don't care.
$5 from Fancy Teeth. White people love the character who masters the way of a foreign culture, dances with wolves, yet they cannot imagine a black person doing the same.
That's a good point.
$5. $5 from a couple of adventurers. I agree that Ubisoft was being racist against Japanese people, and racism is wrong. Again, please release Jack after this podcast.
My grandest champion.
Yes, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you. $10 from Zephyr Hash. Forget Yusuke. How do you explain the insensitive promotion material, the hip-hop soundtrack, the huge delays? It is either actually people who don't care or are aggressively incompetent.
Again, this is that stuff. You just it's okay to just sort of respond emotionally. I respond emotionally, as you can tell, but you're just saying things.
So are you at the end of the day.
I'm saying things based in educated and 20-plus year history and knowing the people who are making these games. I assure you, the issue is not...
Authority.
Sorry?
That's an appeal to authority. I mean, yeah, you are an authority.
It's an appeal...
Your
my
opinion
God.
Definitely has weight.
What I'm saying is... Okay, then forget me. Pretend...
what they've said.
I can if you're not going to offer up facts as to where are you seeing that the reason the game was delayed is they just don't care. Because I can offer up facts that suggest it's either the sell to Tencent... It's the fact that Assassin's Creed Black Flag is going to get announced, and that's going to come out in November. It's the fact that Ubisoft Plus, which lets you, like Netflix, pay $18 a month to play those games, and they have not released numbers. And one of the reasons that could be hitting sales of Star Wars Outlaws could be the fact that people like me rented it, played it for a month, and never looked back. And I did that for $20 versus the full price of $70. All of those things, Occam's razor, where there's smoke, there's fire, are a lot more probable than the fact that these guys just don't care. A team that basically made what is historically thought of as one of the best Assassin's Creed games ever made, Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Never been there before.
Never been where before?
Can I give you like an alternative hypothesis? If you're okay with it?
Sure. I do have like a lot of super chats, so I do want to get them close. So you
okay, well, this might take like an extra minute or two, so read your super chats first. We'll talk about it after.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to lightning round these, gang.
Do you want us to respond to these? No, or you're just reading them?
I'm going to lightning... Well, if there's one that's interesting, it might be...
Okay, you let me know. I assumed we were just responding to them.
I will let you know. Don't worry. I will signal to you guys, and you will know, right? $5 from Sir Fivel's Adventures. Why is competency valued less than virtue signaling? Thank you for the $5. $5 more.
That actually completely relates to what I was just about to say anyway.
Okay,
Can we just do it now? We just do it now? Okay.
We'll do it.
So yeah, the topic of the stream is debating representation and inclusion, and as far as I can tell, there's like two different things happening here. And one of them is, well, representation in the games themselves, shoehorning in a minority character, whether or not they fit the story. People don't care that in Final Fantasy VII, Barrett's a black man, everyone loves him. People do care if it doesn't really make sense. Okay. But there's also diversity in game development, where you have people who might be, they use the term diversity hire, where they didn't really quite make the cut, but they're working in the company anyway, right? So here's the hypothesis. The hypothesis doesn't come from me. This is not just me pulling stuff out of my ass. You can go back as far as, I think, Vladimir Lenin, who first penned this idea down, okay? And then it's gone through several iterations through political theory throughout the 20th century. So the idea is called the competency crisis. And here's the hypothesis, okay? If you decide to hire someone for a job, and let's say that he's, 10%, hypothetically, he's 10% less qualified than the most qualified person for the job. However, he's loyal to you, okay? And that's what he brings you. He brings you loyalty, even though he's not as good at the job. Hire 10 people, you now have one less person's worth of production. And Lenin understood this because he was building a political coalition to take over a nation. However, the idea can be applied basically in any sort of organized structure, including a business. So let's say And it doesn't even necessarily have to be political loyalty either. So let's talk about if you decide to say, okay, well, our company now has a diversity quota. We're going to hire people who might not be the best, but they check off some gay or trans or racial minority box or something. So you hire a bunch of these people. They're competent, but they're not the best that you could have hired. Eventually, you start to lose the maximum amount of production that you could have had in your business, because again, hypothetically, they're 10% less productive. 10 employees, and you're getting the work of 9 out of them, because that's how the math works out. And if you have a company that has, let's say, 10,000, 20,000 employees, and like a bunch of them are diversity hires, how much production are you losing, and how does that impact the quality of the final product? So even if you don't have people who are explicitly shoehorning in political views into the story of the game, like the game itself can still fucking suck because you've hired a bunch of diversity hires. And that is what I think happened with Suicide Squad.
I love you.
Make his money.
I get it. But if we have this, like, we just gotta go through these quick, and to get to the actual meat of the discussion, right? They're gonna have to pay me more if you want the monologues. That's all I'm saying, right? $5.
Okay.
But I don't agree with a lot of what you just said, which you won't be surprised to find. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
But think about it, though. Think about it for a minute and give it a reply later.
Right, yeah, we will get to it, I promise, because a lot of these hit on the same themes, and we can respond to them all at the same time. Right, cool. $5 from Fancy Teeth. If the team was all white and they made the same decisions, would that be a problem? See, again, same themes, and we can get to it. $5 from the Libertarian Trap. Michael Jordan put it best. Republicans buy sneakers, too. $2 from Silver Camaro. Dev is pooping in his diaper while debating.
Thanks for that, buddy.
$2 more.
I appreciate it.
You wear a
More
diaper?
diaper fetishist representation.
My viewers are fucking here now, and they're bringing in my community music.
I have no problem if a grown man wants to wear a diaper. Good on you. See, that's what diversity gets you, acceptance.
I see.
I don't think you're that old.
Okay. $10 from Zephyr Hash. I also want to thank Mr. Jaffe for him and his team giving me and my brother some of my favorite memories of our childhood. I played those games till the CD broke. The O button made me a man.
Well, that's weird. But on behalf of all those teams, and there were many people on those teams, we even had a few of the blacks, believe it or not. Not a lot, though. We didn't. But thank you for that. On behalf of all of us, I love hearing that. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the $10. I love the $10. Okay, $2 from Silver Camaro. Reminder, Naomi is always right. Dev is always wrong. $5 for another new account. Simple. If game good, I buy. If game not good, I not buy. But DEI equals usually skewed priorities equals bad game. $2. The dev's favorite game of all time is Dustborn. $2 from Fancy Teeth. What major game studio do you not classify as woke? And that'll be towards the Jack's side of things like that. And then $2.
Nintendo, obviously. Nintendo.
Yeah. $2 from Fancy
Although
Teeth.
Nintendo did just win a bunch of GLAAD awards 2 nights ago for having the best trans representation in games, but
Oh wait! Oh, cool. Which game was that? I don't know
one of the Mario RPGs. I can send you a screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Oh, like that ghost character?
I don't know.
Oh, Vivian. Listen, okay, Vivian's actually fucking based, and I love her, so it's okay. I'm not anti-trans, by the way.
You sure sounded. I know you're not, but just
talk about being trans.
because you're like saying, oh, she's based, by the way, and I love her, and I'm like
yeah.
I mean, I didn't assume you were anti-trans, but I'm like, it doesn't need a little, doesn't need a little bit of an extra, so it's okay. She's trans because
Dev is basically a communist.
I don't care. I'm just fucking.
Yeah,
let's go. Let's get back to the fucking super chats, boys. Enough of this horse shit.
Yeah. Let me get through these. We only got a few more, right? And again,
Wix rent is coming due. You can tell. Let's get the super chats.
It's true, right? No, I paid my rent last night. Okay, last night we made $1,000 in 2 hours. It was beautiful. You guys need to step up your game. Okay, $2 from Fancy Teeth. You call these games flops? Which made more money? $2 from Cameraman. You mad, Jaffe? Seeing nothing but emotion. And then finally, $5.
That's what you want, and the creative people that make your fucking art, you moron. Don't you want
promotion?
Look, I love when you abuse my chatters. I abuse my chatters. They deserve abuse. $5 from another new account. You know what I love in a fantasy game, Jaffe? Doing push-ups for misgendering Spurg harder. You know
what I said earlier in the chat, you fucking 2-cent floozy moron? I agree it was poorly written. It was ham-fisted. I'm not denying it. Don't fucking come at me and waste your precious ducats and suggest that I don't agree with that.
Waste your ducats.
You waste your ducats, waste them all. Okay, and with that, we're through with the recent round of super chats, and let's. I know that you guys had some more questions. For Jaffe.
I just dropped that giant Lenin thesis. I was wondering what you thought about it. Yeah.
I want to give it to Trouble Cat, who hasn't.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Space, right. So let's give it to Trouble Cat first, and then we'll get to
All right. So this is the simple question that I want to ask, because the entire conversation since we started is that Jaffe will agree with us, but he'll go it's bad. At no point will he ever say, yes, this was politically charged. It needs to be any kind of other justification. I want to simply ask this. Are you capable of admitting when a game is politically charged, when it's just all politics and nothing but that? It's not politically themed, it's not because the people have good intentions. Can you admit at any point, if we gave you enough examples and enough proof and enough facts that says this game was politically charged, would you say, yes, it is, I agree with you? Or would you just obfuscate and be like, no, it's not the case?
I will give you an answer to your question, but explain to me, define politically charged, like, so I know what I'm looking for. I mean, is The Last of Us 2 politically charged? What do you mean by that?
All right, so I have a definition that I wrote down here. Just pull it up quickly.
Okay.
So when I mean something's, I mean it's when a piece of entertainment is engaging with or promotes a specific political agenda, ideology, or viewpoint. When it's made specifically to just push politics and nothing but politics. That is what I.
Yes, there are absolute. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm curious. Like, under your definition, Jaffe?
Well, he was about to give an example, but yeah, I mean, sure, there are.
I want to know an example you would say.
Okay, well, there are games that are. How do I put it? So let's take a game. Let's take a game like Ready or Not, right? Which is that game?
No, but it's a specific example. Which is
Ready or Not is a kind of very tense first-person tactical shooter. And it's kind of like if you played SWAT back in the day or SOCOM back in the day, it's kind of like that, right? So what's really fascinating about that game is there is a point in the game where part of your one of your missions is to go into this kind of flop house, crack house, and clear it out of these bad guys. But teaming within that space are also a bunch of just crackhead junkies, right? So if you choose to target the crackhead junkies, your mission is going to be easier to complete, okay? Because you're not going to have people jumping out from the shadows that you don't know are bad guys. So whether you restrain them or you frankly kill them, depending on a certain number where you fail the mission. So intentionally or not, you can very easily argue that at a mechanics-based level, that is a metaphor that is asking the player to, what do you value? Do you value cops and authority figures going in and getting the job done for the overall safety of making sure this house is shut down and no one's selling drugs? Or are you going to risk your own men's life and your own safety and have a more difficult mission because you're choosing to actually treat everybody in that and identify them on a case-by-case basis? Now, that is a politically charged game, but it is not sold as one. It is not written as one. But in the mechanics themselves is a political question that I think is fascinating, right? If you then go over to something like the Dustborn, which I've only played a demo of and I didn't like it, and the fact that people even know what that game is ridiculous, given it's this tiny little indie game no one ever heard of until the YouTube community got a hold of it.
It was funded by the European Union.
Well, it's still ridiculous, the game. I mean, I didn't like the game at all, but it clearly wore its, again, I don't know what the word is because I don't know the developer. Whether it was a political agenda or a life perspective or a sense of their version of justice, that sensibility was marbled all throughout that game. So yes, there are absolutely games that you can look at and go, this was created in part or in whole to express a view, and in some cases that view is political. That's what art does, and that's what we should allow art to do. But I also agree with you, Wick, that I think we've allowed that too much at the AAA level and the execution, because frankly, the best writers ain't working in games. If you're a good writer, you're going to go work in fucking movies and TV and books where you own the copyright in books and you make billions, even though, not billions, but millions, even though you don't get any respect as a writer in Hollywood. You ain't going to be writing on fucking video games unless you're an indie making your own. So I would say, yeah, there absolutely are. TC, is it? TJ, whatever? TC. There absolutely are games that are built with the intention of being political. Yes.
Does that answer your
So
question?
I think we have a fundamental disagreement on this, because what you're describing with Ready or Not, I see it more as political theming than actually being politically charged. Because if you look at a game like Fallout New Vegas, for example, that's a game that has political themes. More so boils down to 4 choices you can make in terms of, do you want to have independence, be it
okay, fine. So take Dustborn. Dustborn, we agree though, politically charged, correct?
We actually brought this up earlier on. There's a difference between having a political structure being represented and having a political message being presented.
Right. And games have done both. I would not ever suggest to you that it's not the case. I think it's wonderful games have done both. That's what games should do.
His original question was, would you ever agree to DEI left-wing politics being the reason for a game's downfall?
That was not his original question. His original question was, will you obfuscate when I ask you, are there any games that are politically motivated, charged, whatever his terms was? But ask me that question, I'll answer that question.
Yes, so that was one of the questions I was going to go.
But it wasn't the one you asked, correct? I just want to make sure I'm not losing my fucking mind.
Yes, it was that I asked. I just wanted to find out if you were willing to say if a game was politically charged or not. That was the baseline for
that exists. Yes.
Yes. So my thing is this: it's that on our side, the reason why we constantly will say that, hate to use the word, but it's the best way for just to really categorize all of this, is woke. When we say a game is like that, it's more so the fact to be like, all right, we notice certain elements in the game that line up with the particular ideology that we see being pushed by investment firms, whether it's a government. Like, for example, in California, you need to have a DEI department if you have a company with over 200 employees. That's just enforced by law. So the reason why we mention
maybe not anymore. We have few executive orders, but go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly, but the thing is, it's like, this is the case, and this is the reason why we say what we do. And the thing is, it's like, we do bring up the evidence, and more often than not, you shot us down. You were saying it's not the case, we're wrong, but then we could bring up examples, say, here's this case, this is the reason why this is like this. And it's a bit difficult for us to get to a place of agreement to be like, all right, this is happening. Is there nuance to it? Yes. Because, for example, we can look at something.
But you said something that's not true. And so that's why it's difficult to take the rest of what you're saying seriously. DEI is not a legal requirement at a federal level. Some states have, they give initiatives and they give value or tax breaks and whatnot and ratings. And that might affect their stock price. If you're talking about, does a firm like BlackRock have a fund that only supports high-scoring ESG companies? Yes, they do. But there is absolutely no legal requirement, including in California, that you must have a DEI department. And I think
you are admitting there is subversion through corporate control in order to try and pump money into these departments.
Absolutely, there can be, but that's a different.
That's a housekeeping thing. I don't know what's wrong with your mic, but it's a problem.
That's I don't know what's going on.
There's something going on with your mic, TC. Yeah, sorry. However, I do know what TC is saying, and I think the basic idea is that we have games that have politics in them because it's part of the story, because they want to tell a good story, and you can tell a pretty good political story. And then but that's like I don't really care about that personally, because I love political stories. I love like Star Trek and stuff. Like they're very political stories. They're always a lot of fun.
Of course.
However, you have developers who, let's say, they're propagandists. They want to actually promote a certain type of real-world politics, and their vehicle to do so is to present them in a positive light through media.
Correct. Like media has always been.
Politics are terrible.
Yeah, but that's art. That's creative process. Everybody's got. You can argue about Tolkien again, but I mean, Smaug is smog, and it's about anti-industrial. In my opinion, you don't name the fucking dragon that breathes fire in the middle of the Industrial Revolution, kicking. Yeah, I'm sorry, but regardless of
Tolkien was not in the middle of the Industrial Revolution.
not in the middle, but I'm saying that he what was that written in like 1950?
Also, if you suggested to the man that it was an allegory, he'd
Sure.
probably slap you.
I don't give a shit. He's dead. He can go fuck himself. I love his work
Hey,
though.
you take that back.
I love his work though. But seriously, the point is though, yes, you are right. There are anytime you pick up a pencil or type on a keyboard or you make a D&D campaign, there is subtext, and sometimes that subtext is conscious and sometimes it's unconscious and sometimes it's both. It's usually always both. And a lot of times a good executive will look at the budget that they are charging to make the game that you are creating and say, this is where that knob is. We're making a $500 million game. You got to be an artist. You got to be satisfied. Knock that fucker down to 2 or I'm going to get somebody else. Oh, it's an indie game and we're putting it on a private label for like a boutique label. Yeah, go fucking art all day. Make Schindler's List of video games. I don't give a fuck. That's what we're doing here. So yeah, of course it exists, but I don't think that was the debate, was it? That it doesn't exist?
Well, no. Well, there's two kind of parts to that question, because yes, it exists, but one is, should it exist? And the answer to that's probably yes, because you have to you have to suppress people to make sure. But then secondly, it's like, well, what if they actually are promoting what you might think are bad politics? They're normalizing things in society that are actually quite evil.
They have that right, and I support their right to do that.
Let's say that it was a fascist.
Cool. They have that right. If in America, they have the right to express whatever ideas, especially horrible ideas, as the protection of the First Amendment. And look, I have said all along, I don't think there should be fascists, but it can be if they want. I mean, there are neo-Nazi games that you can find, not on Steam, not on Good Old Games, but you can find them on the internet, and I've seen them, and I would support their right to continue to exist, and I would be furious if the government came in, unless they were literally inciting violence, which the Supreme Court says is the only time you can really run afoul of the First Amendment, and I would say you have to let them say that. So no, I think it's wonderful. I've said forever, why in the fuck these right-wing guys or these centrist guys or whatever who hates the kind of games that are being made in the AAA space? Look what Fox News did. Go do it for video games. Make a bunch of hunting games, or, I mean, you don't even have to be that. It doesn't have to be hunting. Make a bunch of TNA waifu games. Whatever it is that you think is missing, go build the better mousetrap and fill the hole in the market.
And I understand that you're saying this, and I applaud you for it, but there are a lot of people, again, I go back to the example of, what was it called? The J.K. Rowling game.
Harry Potter.
Hogwarts
Legacy.
Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. I my brain farted for a minute.
Yeah.
Right? Hogwarts Legacy. Like, there are plenty of people who, and even journalists, right? Game journalists who just, they put people on lists, bro. Right?
What the fuck does that mean, being on a list?
No, that did actually happen. I remember that.
That's,
so there you had Twitch streamers who were playing this game. And then you'd have a whole bunch of, not just like, the very large mob of anti-fans.
Okay.
But you also had like journalists who were contributing to this, who were actually, they had it was called like Hogwarts Tracker or something. They were tracking which streamers would play Hogwarts Legacy, and then they would like dogpile them, try to get them demonetized. They'd spam report them, try to get them their channels banned. They'd be in their mentions fucking 24/7. Like, this shit did happen, yeah.
Well, it happens on both sides. Do you think that...
35 people.
What?
No, sorry.
No, but I mean, that you're I would support the journalist right to do that, just like I support the guys where Steam stepped up and said, of course you can have a list on Steam that says, these are all the games Sweet Baby Inc. worked on.
You support a list of individuals to harass.
I didn't say that. No, I would not.
That's what that was.
Well, okay. Well, if there is a huge difference, but if well, wait a minute though. I
just want to give you the chance to clarify.
Well, I know, but you're still bringing a lot of your own view. If you can show me, and let's put it this way. Here's what I would give.
That's why I was invited.
No, Jaffe, finish your point.
If you can show me, not the list, but if you can show me on the list where there was either an explicit or a very clearly understood command from whoever was influential to say, these 40 people are on the list, here's what we do, boys. Let's do what we can to encourage our viewers to go there, and whether you're doxing them or whether you are flooding their stream with horseshit, I would say that's terrible. and that's
What would
unacceptable.
you, out of curiosity, what kind of evidence would convince you that was okay? I doubt that there's
An
like
email
like
from well, okay, but
yeah, I doubt that there's that.
Well, then-
but
well, then
I'll
what-
give you- I'll give you what I'm
The
saying. Let
culprit
me
and the room it was
put
done
my
in.
cards on the table. Let me
Okay,
just put my
alright.
cards on the table. If you had a situation where you knew that every person who got on this list, this happened to, and then you continued to add people to this list, I think you understand what you're doing. You don't have to have it written anywhere. It doesn't have to be written down. But if you understand, like, hey, everyone who gets on this list is getting banned. Or
show
people
me,
trying to
do me
ban
this.
them.
Okay, well, here's what I'll say. If you can show me the list, and if you can show me proof that list actually came from journalists, and then you can show me after there was clear verified news that people were getting harassed because of the list, and those journalists still continue to do it, then I would say they're shitty journalists. And even though they have a right to do it, maybe legally, I would say that they are pieces of shit.
Yeah, and you would understand that there is a difference because you brought up the Cabrutus list, the Sweet Baby Inc. games list. That there is
DI
a
detected,
difference.
yeah.
Right, that there
Sure.
is a difference between listing individuals.
Okay, so let's
versus
bring up
listing a
Asmongold.
company.
Fine. Bring up an individual. Asmongold said some shit about me. I made a video about him. I had a bunch of his people come to my channel and said,
Wasn't that after you made those sexist remarks?
no, that was before I made the sexist remarks. But this was about Dragon Age. And so his people came to my, and I didn't mind. I'm like, great. I mean, what these people don't really understand is whether you hit me up on Twitter, and I'm not being silly about it. It's true. We're doing sponsorship ads for our show right now. And it's like, thank you guys for December. All of those impressions, all of those hits on YouTube, on Twitter, all of that goes into the pitch deck to the sponsors. And it's like, oh, I love it. But fundamentally though, no, that was not the Vera Dark thing. That was very, very different. However, the point is, at an individual level, it goes both ways. And I think it's shitty if he did that. And I don't have any evidence he did that. I think a lot of times fans take it upon themselves.
Agreed.
But I would say that if you have evidence that the list from journalists was not fans taking it on themselves, but it was literally Kotaku or whoever saying, go after these motherfuckers, I would say that's shit. I have Alyssa Mercante on my show tomorrow. I'll literally ask her specifically about it. She used to be a head editor over at Kotaku.
Please do. Please do.
I would love you to put me in contact with her.
Well, you can get in contact with her yourself.
Oh no, she will not.
She is
I
taking
have
she is
reached out
taking
to her.
she
She's
is
not
taking
responding.
phone calls tomorrow on my show. If you want to watch my show at 2:00, call in. As long as you're not mean, you can say shit she doesn't like. You can say I don't think you're very good at your job. You can be honest, but you can't be like disrespectful and do hate speech. Short of that,
When is it again?
tomorrow
2 Eastern?
2:00. No, 2:00 California time, so 5:00 Eastern.
Okay, so 5 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I called in?
Yeah.
Could I stream that call in?
Absolutely, you can call in, and then I'll get it.
Boys, we got some content.
Her and I are going to talk first. Her and I are going to talk for about an hour, 90 minutes, and then I'm going to open it up to phone calls, and not even phone calls, it's clicks. So you click into Talk Studio, you come on camera or just your voice, and you can talk to her.
Okay. Right. Great.
So what I recall,
Help! Check your messages.
Oh, do you need to go, buddy?
I
Yeah,
need an
okay.
outro, man. It is 1 a.m. The wife's just
Sorry,
poked her head
buddy.
in.
Okay, I'm
the
sorry.
The cat keeps hopping up and like, why aren't we in bed?
Because we're doing man's work.
Outro, and then I know Short Fat Otaku has a lot of questions. So outro for Jack. Jack. please.
Yes, thank you. No, it was a pleasure to meet you, even with the digs I've made at you, Jaffe. It's been an absolute pleasure, my friend.
I don't know if I feel the same. I might. You're into D&D,
you
right?
Sleep on it.
Are you into
Yeah,
D&D? So that's where we can find. I've just started playing D&D live, and I got to tell you something. That's the greatest fucking game in the goddamn world.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I love video games, but
You step out of video games, it's like stepping out of the prison into the wide world.
and stepping into the fucking holodeck. It is amazing, especially with a good dungeon master that we have. So you and I can break bread over that. And
Indeed.
yeah.
I mean, we're always going to disagree on this point, but we can definitely talk.
you
That's
look,
my
you have
jam.
you have time to evolve. But here's what I would say though. You're probably one of those guys though that hates the fact that in D&D there's a piece of art that has somebody in a wheelchair.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, I can almost understand that take. But then I go, well, there are people in D&D that have scars. There are people in D&D that have mental issues. They have, I mean, there's everything under the sun could be cured. And that's the one you take issue
we're-
with?
We're deciding to talk about this topic. The
We'll talk
wheelchairs
about
have
it
risen
later.
again
We'll talk about it
as
later.
as I'm trying to leave. But no,
No.
this is a
No,
conversation.
it's just it is a running joke that anytime D&D comes up on my channel, the
Jeff,
combat
if
list
you
ends up as
if
a
you
running
want to
joke.
come on my Wednesday show, it was newly inaugurated yesterday.
Alright.
At some point, we can talk about the wheelchairs there, and we can butt heads. But I actually
Yeah,
no.
intro. Where can people find you? What
Yeah.
do you do, Jack?
I
know
would
you need to
invite
go.
Jeff if you want to come on Cognito. I'm sure Ryan David will definitely allow that.
We'll figure it out. Let me know. Hit me up on
so-
Twitter.
So I am the Lost Law Scholar, Jack Chronicler of the Northlands. I hate politics, and yet I'm here trying to preach no politics in video games. I play D&D, I write fantasy, I talk about art, I talk about how to write, I talk about the mechanics of stories. You can find me on X at Lost Law Scholar or YouTube at Lost Law Scholar. I am this close to 300 subs, so if 5 of you could pop over there, that'd be great. I really appreciate that. And no, thanks for having me again, Wick. If you need someone to sort of make jabs at people from the sidelines about how politics is gay, then you're more than welcome to invite me back.
Oh,
Okay,
this is
no,
great,
thank you,
buddy.
gang. Links to
Jeff,
his stuff
great
is
to
in
meet
my
you.
short fat, not
Thank
my
you.
short fat attack. They're in my description, right? So please click on his. He gave his time for us tonight. I appreciate you.
It's what I
Have a
am.
good night.
Have a good night, boys. Enjoy.
Okay, I'm gonna
Good night.
pass the mic over to Short Fat Otaku, and now's your time to shine, buddy. Go ahead.
Hello. So, what I recall about the Hogwarts Legacy thing is that, just to kind of wrap that up, it was not journalists leading the charge. It was definitely like a mass movement of really angry, let's say, trans activists who were going after streamers. But you did have journalists positively cover it and be like, oh, if you want to join in, here's where they're doing this. And there was that sort of thing. I don't have any sources on that, but I do remember what I read about it 2 years ago. So it's still shitty of them, but they weren't leading a movement, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
But okay, yeah.
You
So
have some questions. Go ahead. Yeah.
you know, well, I put forward the hypothesis of the competency crisis, where basically
right.
hiring people who are less skilled, but because they're more diverse, might actually lower the quality of a product over time. I personally think, I admit, no evidence. This is just a feels argument. That I think that's what happened with Suicide Squad personally.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to hear your take.
Okay, well, I loved Suicide Squad. I played almost all of it. I got to the final boss, and I must have tried him 40 times, and then I said, fuck it, I can't do this. I don't know why, but I loved it. Captain Boomerang played great. Was it the world's best game? No, but it wasn't this piece of shit. Was it woke? The only two things that you guys call woke, the only two things I could identify as somebody who played the vast majority of that game was there's one banner hanging in the Justice League for their kind of like Justice League open our doors to the community day, and one banner was like, we welcome everyone, and it was like a rainbow, and it's like, God forbid the fucking superheroes would be, welcoming everyone. That was in there though, so you could kind of check on that. And then the other thing was people seemed to be upset that Harley Quinn wasn't as hot as she was in other Arkham games. I'm like, okay, I guess. But short of that, I don't know why that gets lumped in. I understand that it's not what people expected from the developer. They wanted another Arkham game. I understand that as a base game, it certainly was not worth $70, but it's a fun B romp to fuck around with for a couple of days. But as to where that came from, I don't know. I mean, again, here's what you don't know and I don't know, right? This idea that, and here's what I do know. These games cost so much money that you guys have a bee in your bonnet on this argument about people being hired just for diversity that aren't qualified. And I can tell you a couple of things. I can tell you that as a guy who's worked in the industry and has brought, especially at this AAA level, these coders, for example, go through the fucking ringer. I brought a great coder over to Ready at Dawn, the guys who made The Order and a bunch of other games, and they were really great to interview him for me because I wasn't a coder, and this coder, who's a fucking genius, was like, he's good, he's not great, right? The idea that people are just going to go, we could have a great person to do our network code for this $200 million service game, or we could hire this kid out of school, but they're trans, it's a trans man, and he's kind of played around with computers at college, but it's not happening. And if you're convinced that it is happening, okay, baby, if you're convinced that it is happening, I would love to see that evidence because I would say that shit. But a lot of you guys or a lot of people who take a similar angle that you're taking say That's common knowledge. And I'm like, I haven't seen it. And I talked to the guy who did all the effects on the God of War games from the very beginning when he was on my show. You can find this on my channel. The very beginning, a guy named Max Ankar did God of War 1 all the way up to Ragnarok. And I said to him, I said, Max, you've been there forever. He was there longer than I was. Talk to me about when anybody from on high came to you guys and said, put some trans people in it, put some gay people in it, put some black people in it. He says, dude, do you really think Cory Barlog, the director, and Eric Williams, the other director, after fighting for the director's chair, the captain's chair, after working in Corey's case with George fucking Miller and working over at Crystal Dynamics and directing God of War 2, which many people say is the best in the series, do you think this motherfucker is going to be like, I don't know what to do, and he's not going to fucking fight like a motherfucker if someone comes in to try to fuck with his vision? The scenario you guys are painting is a very interesting one, but you don't ever provide the proof. And because of that, it makes me think it's not accurate.
Dad.
Hey, baby.
Did you finish my pizza?
Well,
I did, but you can order one if you need to.
I just make some.
Okay.
you ate the
Go ahead,
pizza?
man.
I did. Well, because he usually doesn't eat it. He puts it in the fridge, and then it gets all weird looking, and he never eats it. So I said, well, he's not going to eat it. I'll fucking eat it.
Go ahead, Dev.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the proof, and for me, I always, because this is just my personal experience now, because I always fall back on my Saints Row interview, because to me that's like, oh, this actually is happening, at least in this one company, because the guy who was working there said it was happening. It's like, well, you'd know better than me. You know?
Well, he said what was happening because you told the story, but specifically did he give examples? Were people being hired for that game to work on the game at crucial levels, programming, design, writing, art, that had no real experience or were far away from what the best candidates were that they saw?
It was primarily writing and art, and it was primarily them being hired. And it, from his point of view, because he was a programmer, as he was watching these things happen, they seemed to be being hired because they held certain political views, and because the CEOs, who don't really give a shit about politics at all, had been convinced that this would make them money.
Okay. But if you're the CEO and you're convinced that the hot new trend is meatless chicken nuggets, that's business. They turned out to be wrong, right? In the case of Saints Row. Yep. But I mean, that's just business. That's just like it's bad writing, just like Dragon Age is bad executiving. Go after that. Go after the fact that, hey, there are these totally unclued in executives that are making these calls on games and series we love, and they don't really understand what this game is. Saints Row, whatever, the fourth or whatever, or the whatever.
It was the fifth one. It was a reboot, but yeah.
Should have been filled with inflatable dildos and swimming pools filled with champagne and button mashing games to how quickly you could have as much sex in a minute mini games. I mean, that's Saints Row. And if you are going to not do that, that's fine, but do it from a standpoint of understanding the waters you're sailing into. Just like if you're going to take Dragon Age, which I love the new Dragon Age, but go, guys, there's a lot of fans of the old school Dragon Age that even though it was, quote, woke, was a lot more hardcore in terms of visuals and edgy and bloody and more serious. Are you sure you want to go down that road? Yeah, they didn't, because yesterday EA said the game underperformed. They'd expected to sell 3 million and they only sold 1.5 million. So, you know, and it doesn't mean it underperformed because of that or this or the other, but end of the day, it's an executive problem. It's a writing problem. It's not a problem. That's when I wish you guys would paint it, because it's so cruel when it gets painted as, oh, it's the blacks, it's the Jews, it's the Muslims, it's the gays, it's the trans. No, it's none of those things. And you probably know all those people in your life and you have zero problem with them, whether you know they are those things or not. Okay. Your real issue is with how those companies are being run or how scripts are being allowed to exist in the gaming space. And that's a valid complaint. But the minute you start putting your identity politics in, it ends up coming across like you're just an asshole. And that's when people like me push back.
If I may, I think that, here's the thing. I know that there are people who are doing exactly what you say. So I know what you're saying is true. Yeah. It happens. Yeah. Yes. But there are another group of us, right? Yeah. And I'm not necessarily even including myself in this group. I'm just steelmaning their position here. That's saying there is people within these companies, right? As Sword Art Flat Otaku, as Dev.
Just call me Dev.
I know. I'm sorry.
changing the name anyway.
Okay, Dev. Okay, Dev. I apologize, Dev. Right? As Dev said in his interview that he had with someone who worked in the industry, who was in the game, who saw what how the sausage was made, so to speak, said that this was happening, and this confirms a lot of people's suspicions.
But okay,
there are
but,
people within,
but
if I may finish,
there's a
there
nuance to
people,
what. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, let me finish before. Let me
Go ahead.
land
Go
the
ahead. Go
plane,
ahead.
I promise you respond. Yes.
Go ahead.
So you have these people within these industries that the reason that they are making these bad decisions, the reason the writing is bad, the reason that the bad decisions are made with how the game direction is going to go, is because there are certain individuals within these companies that are pushing an ideology, and they don't care if it flops as long as the ideology gets through.
No, now now you've started to. I was with you for a little bit, and now you started to add motivation to people you don't even know. Right? There are people.
We can make inferences. Why not?
Because you have no. I mean, you can, but the idea that the man who directed, or sorry, the woman who directed Dragon Age Veilguard was like, I'm gonna make this, and I don't give a fuck if this flops. It's my possibly. That happens sometimes. And what happens also is some people, fall in love with the smell of their own farts and they make what they want. And it's like, hey, I mean, I made a game called Drawn to Death. Trust me, it couldn't run any more afoul of the left. It was full of sex and violence and bad language, and it was fucking awesome. It was beautiful. It was a sight to behold. And nobody showed up and the press hated it, okay? As is their right. But the idea...
bad without all this, too.
Well, it wasn't bad, but it certainly offended a lot of people. And it had problems. It wasn't a perfect game. But it didn't deserve the lambasting it got. The point, though, is that a lot of times you can just believe in something. And I believed in that game as much as I believed in God of War. God of War went on to birth a $1 billion plus franchise. Drawn to Death could not get arrested in DeSantis's Florida if it was running around dressed as a drag queen. Okay, so I'm telling you, sometimes it is just simply the fact that they get it wrong. But I wasn't like, I want this to fail. I don't give a shit. I'm like, no, I believe in this. I think it's awesome.
It's not that they want it to fail, so to speak. It's that they don't care if it
I
fails.
cared. And no one doesn't care if it fails. That doesn't happen when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars or even $500,000. People make things because they want it to connect and they want it to be good and they want it to be accepted. I'm not saying you can't find an anecdote here or there, but the idea that the people that Yves Guillemot, who runs Ubisoft, is now in great danger of having his company taken away from him unless they go private or selling it to Tencent. The fact that he's like, I don't really care if it succeeds or not. It would be nice, but you know what? I'm going to get me a Black Samurai. I'm sorry. It's not happening. And if it is, please provide the evidence.
Here. Do you want me to really pull the curtains back on all this and show you the insides? Because
I think it would be great. I thought that's what we were trying to do all along. If you've been holding back, you've
been saying. Well, first of all, you've been saying you guys like I know who you're talking about, like the geeks and gamers kind of crowd, right? I guess for lack of a better term, the right wing culture warrior podcasts in the gaming sphere, right?
Yeah, let's just say that because I don't watch Geeks and Gamers. I know nothing about Geeks and Gamers, so I don't want to call them out because I don't watch their stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
No, stop, because I want to make this public because I think it's important. Okay. People like Grums and shit like that are just constantly
Grums, in my opinion, is a fucking idiot, but that's different.
Yeah, they're idiots. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're people you should not listen to. They don't have very good views on these things, and they're coming at it from it's weird to see what he gets mad at, and like the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 game, right, where they have this homosexuality scene in there at some point, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, to be mad at that is stupid. It's just dumb. But anyway.
So right now there is sort of an industry on both YouTube and Twitter where it is an outrage machine, right?
Yep.
And there are some guys who make these channels that I like, and I've been on their shows and it's been very nice. There are some guys who I know don't like me, and I'll never be invited on their shows because politically I'm not a right winger. All right, and you know this, Wick. I'm not some crazy far left communist, but I'm not a right winger. I'm not a Trump supporter. Okay. I view myself as being somewhat liberal and somewhat conservative. I'm very much in the center politically, but when it comes to the culture war, I side more with the right broadly than the left. So I'm kind of homeless basically because neither side really likes me right now. And Wick, you know all my dramas. You know all my dramas, Wick. You've seen all the shit I've been up to the past 6 months. It's been fucking.
You're never gonna look. Your dramas are tame to what's coming for some people in this.
Oh my! I know exactly what you're talking about.
We're not gonna go into it, right?
So I've been around I think some of the people that you've been critiquing, like Grums, for example, and I think I've had a few friendly interactions with him, but I do think he kind of says some crazy things. I do think that people are definitely latching on to every single news cycle and filtering it through a culture war lens, even when it makes no sense. I brought up the example of Witcher 4 Ciri. It made no fucking sense there. She's not an ugly character in that game, but hey, it turned into something people did streams about for a few weeks, right? It was kind of nuts. However, just because they're wrong sometimes doesn't mean that they're wrong all the time.
Sure.
And another example of when they're wrong is, like, I know even like libs of TikTok got in on the whole Nintendo has gone woke because Vivian in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is a trans character, and it's like Vivian was a fucking Otakonoko in the 2004 original release. So I don't want to hear like these people who are they're not even gamers. They're just coming into the space because it's politically convenient. Same thing that Milo did during Gamergate back in 2014.
Okay, so when are they right? Tell me a time they're right.
Well, okay. This is where we have to start peeling things back, because I've never worked in gaming aside from playing around with RPG Maker when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I have worked in academia. I have seen the whole diversity hire thing happen in academia for sure. I've witnessed it myself. Mm-hmm. But that's not gaming, right? So it's a different conversation. But this is something that I think Troubled Cat and your friend who left,
King,
you guys wanted to get into it because you guys mentioned Gramsci, and I was like, oh god, if you guys
I didn't mention Gramsci.
No, but those two did. And I was like, that's going to be like an hour and a half fucking conversation to get into Gramsci. But basically, because I have a Gramscian education.
Okay.
I got educated on Gramsci stuff. And like,
can you give everybody like a one paragraph? Because most people, the only thing they know less about Gramsci is what the fuck a Okananaku means.
Bye, my viewers. Bye, my viewers. Bye. See you later.
Otakonoko is a Japanese identity that is not trans, but is often incorrectly translated as trans. It simply means a male who identifies as a man.
No. They need to know what
feminine.
The other one.
Gramsci.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know Gramsci at all? Or?
It's a philosophy that basically talks about in order to get true power, it's not just about military power. You have to control the institutions of learning and thought and education and media in order to eventually change the culture so that your view of the world is the view that is the dominant view.
That's like more or less. That's close enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gramsci was an Italian socialist, 1919. He was imprisoned by Mussolini, wrote a whole bunch of books on this shit while he was in prison. The TLDR of it is, you cannot have a socialist revolution by simply seizing the means of production, because the proletariat will not do it. You must inculcate them in an alternative proletarian culture first. Mm-hmm. And when I got my very far left radical progressive education, because I have a fucking gender studies degree, okay? When I got that shit back in university, man, it was 2007, and we're sitting down for intro to critical theory class, the right wing's boogeyman from like 3 years ago.
Yep.
And my professor's up there talking about cultural Marxism. No one thought it was like a weird conspiracy theory. It was simply an academic term. Everyone understood what it was, and we learned all of this shit. And the lesson was, take your political training, bring it into the workplace, and once you are in these companies doing whatever job you end up doing, you start talking about, hey, maybe we should change this narrative in this TV show or in this game or in this whatever to be a bit more left-wing.
Sure.
And then my generation, because I'm a millennial, went out into the workforce and did that. And the 2010s just seem to be the examples of all this happening. And the reason, like I'm not in any of these companies, but I had the same education as them. I had the same. I read all the same readers and books that was assigned to them as they were to me. When I saw them saying certain things, I recall, 2015 or something. Anita fucking Sarkeesian comes out and does the very infamous "everything is sexist, everything is racist" speech, right? But I watched that whole talk, and she's saying things that I recall my professor saying to me in an intro to critical theory, and I'm like, we've been educated the same way. And now you're in this industry doing this thing.
She wasn't she was never in the industry for the most part, to be fair, but continue.
Yeah, she was like a consultant at one point, but I know what you mean. Yeah. But basically I'm like, man, my generation, if we all got the same education that I did, and I think a lot of us did, this is what we're doing when we enter the workplace. And so that's my view of it. It's like, oh man, I know exactly what people are saying.
And do I think that there is a tactic that someone who comes into a workplace can bring their own desire to apply the philosophy they believe in if they're at a leadership position? Yeah. But that happens anytime anyone gets any authority at any company, whether it's Bezos, who clearly doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself, or whether that are the people who run Ben and Jerry's. I mean, if you are the idea that you are willing to accept that there is some kind of wholesale march happening throughout our culture where these people learn this philosophy and thus now they are going into the workforce to do it, that takes a pretty organized group of people, and that takes a pretty organized directive. And I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that. I have seen things like Project 2025 that do exactly what you're saying, but sort of in the opposite direction. Both are terrible, by the way. But I mean, I hear you, and you've painted a scenario that seems like, yeah, okay, depending on the political winds of the day, that could happen. But I don't think.
Let me ask you a question.
I was making games in the 2010s when you millennials were coming in. I worked for Sony and at Sony. Never once did I have anybody come up to me and say, you know what you need to do, Jaffe? I'm going to try to make it feel like it's your idea. But Sweet Tooth, make him gay. Never.
But let me ask you this, Jaffe, though.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned Project 2025, right? So if you saw a lot of people who were associated with 2025, a lot of people who helped craft 2025, if suddenly game companies started hiring them, and then suddenly those game companies, they started removing gay people from their games, they started not having any trans representation, no minority representation things.
Right. We are kind of seeing that a little bit.
You might make a connection. You might not have proof, right? But you might say, I wonder if these things are connected. And you know what? I think that, like, we can see this is what they said in Project 2025 that they wanted to do. They have been hired by this company. Now that they're doing it, do I have documentation proving this? No. But I think that counts as evidence. Yeah.
It doesn't, because here's the difference. Well, here's the difference. Project 2025 is an actual document by the Heritage Foundation. There are actual members, the vast majority of Trump's not cabinet, but in his administration, incoming, are people that were on that committee and helped draft it and know about it, okay? What you guys are talking about with this sort of cultural Marxism is, if you want to show me a document that says, hey, in an alternate history, Kamala won the election, or Obama, and Obama for the longest time had been in the pocket of the AOC Foundation, and she basically said, here's how we can influence culture through the philosophies of cultural Marxism. And then we saw what you're saying happen. Then I would say, oh yeah, there's some evidence there. That's interesting. That's not that far of a leap. I still don't have pure evidence, but there's enough smoke there that maybe it's fire. But you're applying at this point, over a century-old philosophy to a bunch of people without any real evidence of connective tissue. You don't have
the
sort
evidence, the evidence I have, and I understand why you don't find it compelling, but the evidence I have is testimony, and testimony does count as evidence.
What's
testimony
give me
he's
got, oh, come on, give me more than that. Give me more than that, because he's interviewing.
It is one guy, yes. It is one guy.
And it's one guy, and you said it yourself, he was like a junior on the team. You know how many juniors on a team think they could do it better and bigger than everyone else, and if they just had the chance, and the minute a reporter calls them and they get to actually talk? Was this guy anonymous, or he gave you his name?
He gave me his name, but I'm not putting it out there, no.
Right.
He asked me to not, yeah.
Right. So but the point is, if you're going to say that this is happening and you have evidence, and you might, by the way, and your biggest smoking gun is a guy who's a junior on a team who won't even say his name, I don't know if I would buy that.
Well, for me, here's the thing, right? So you brought it into the realm of government with Project 2025, and I do not like Project 2025. I do not think the Democrats have anything comparable to Project 2025, frankly. But I'm only talking about culture, not about government, right? Because I will just put aside the entire argument for government, because I do think that the Republicans are pretty fucking terrible right now.
Okay.
But if we're just talking about cultural influences, right? The fact that I've been to a bunch of different universities and I've seen them all like read the same kind of books in certain philosophy classes and certain gender studies classes. They're talking about the same articles, the same core cultural Marxist ideas, all things that I read, 10 years ago or whatever. Like, I see in so many different institutions on the ground level, the sausage being made the same way in all of these places.
Okay. Well,
so for me, it's like,
let's assume you're right. Let's assume for whatever reason we can press a magic button and ChatGPT can say, you know what? short little otaku man develops games. I don't know what your name is.
It's Dev.
Dev, okay. It's on your shirt. Okay. Dev is absolutely right. Okay, cool. Well, I assume then that, I mean, seriously, let's assume you're absolutely right. Think about it for a moment. What did Disney just do? Disney took their Disney Plus show from Pixar and removed a very, in my opinion, beautiful, moving, and probably helpful to a lot of trans people. They totally removed the trans aspect of that character because Bob Iger looked at the bottom line and said, you know what? Yes, we are artists. Yes, we are creative, but we have a higher responsibility when we're spending this kind of money to basically entertain everyone first and everything else comes second, right? Look what happened today with Xbox. Xbox came out and that fucking show today, especially as it relates to Doom, was the biggest meat and potatoes. Look at the movie Twisters that came out, was a huge hit this summer. All of that stuff is being pulled out. So the only real cultural philosophy and financial philosophy that seems to be at play, that is ever at play, is capitalism. Because you can do all that stuff, but the minute Disney realized it was hitting their bottom line, what did they do? They started walking some of it back. So while I would agree with you on the fact that maybe there were some people that had this control, it clearly wasn't at a level that it was enough to sort of stare down the monster that is capitalism and greed and say, as much as I might agree with your cultural take, it's not as important as me getting a new yacht.
And see, this is where I would agree with you. I wouldn't quite word it that way, but I think I agree with the core point. And there's kind of a debate in the culture war podcast sphere. There's a debate right now. Is it ideology or is it money? And I fall on the side of it being money. There are some people who think
always money if the corporation does it.
Yeah, well, there are some people who think that like the CEOs are ideologically captured and they're actually like secret communist subversives themselves, and they want to push this stuff. And I'm like, listen, no. Sometimes they're just old and dumb and out of touch, and they think that putting progressive politics in the TV show is going to make them a bunch of money. And then as soon as it doesn't, they go, oh shit, we want to make more money again. So they then revert back.
And by the way, and if you haven't, I recommend it. It's a great read. But Bob Iger, who was the CEO of Disney, then left and came back. He's the current CEO. He wrote a wonderful book about his experiences. And this is how you know that he is driven mostly by money, right? Which is he was so into the fact that Black Panther, which they made under his stewardship, was a massive $2 billion fucking hit. And that's probably where he got the bee in his bonnet to say, this shit works. There's an audience here for a lot more diverse stuff. And he probably just went too far. And then he's starting to dial it back because he's chasing the dollar.
Yeah, and I don't even view that necessarily as bad because I'm
that's
ultimately pro-capitalist.
You know,
I like money. I like owning my own business. I like having employees. I like doing all this capitalist shit. It's awesome. You know.
Yeah. Well,
there's a freedom in being a member of the petite bourgeoisie. Exactly. So
yeah,
I love this stuff. But I do think that it's primarily money, and when the money goes away, the ideology goes away too. Which is why someone like me, I'm very anti-socialist. I do not like socialism. I do not like communism. I think that promoting those politics shouldn't be banned because First Amendment, but it is immoral, I think. So when these
but if you're going to start, there's a lot of shit these companies do that's amoral.
Sure, I agree. But for me personally, when these shows start to fail and the money starts being pulled out, I'm like, that's okay, actually. I don't think we should be supporting people who want to overthrow, our liberal, capitalist, democratic institutions. I'm okay with that.
All right, cool. I mean, it's a different conversation, but cool.
Sure.
I like capitalism too. I just wish it was more regulated. But anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Kind of reached a point where I think the conversation has reached its end. And
I am like Rocky fucking IV. I will stand back. I will outlast you all. And I'm fucking 53.
There is one final thing.
There's one more. I guess we're keep going.
Tell me about the Vera Dark stuff. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know there was stuff, but I'm surprised how many people are aware of that. Let me take a sip of the wine. Hang on.
Sure. And by the way, gang, if you want me to go longer, you've got to pay me. I'm a capitalist too. You got to give me more money.
Here's kind of how I see it, because right when I first joined, you guys were talking about everyone hating people who just ask questions as a cover for their bigotry, right? Like they're not actually asking the question; they're just kind of bigots, and they're using it to like backdoor in. Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, they weren't doing it. It was more about their tone. It wasn't like it was like, you're so fucking woke. I fucking hate what you're doing to the business. That's not a question. That's an attack. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, like, you get people who complain that, like, I hate DEI. What do you mean by that? Well, I hate that there's a black character in the game. I hate there's a black person on the dev team. It's like, well, okay, whatever, man. Like, that's ridiculous. And then what's kind of attached to that as baggage is this idea that diversity hires are only there because they're diverse and they provide no actual value and to the environment or to the team. They just tick off a box.
Just real quick.
Oh, yes.
Trouble Cat needs to go, so I'm gonna need to.
Okay.
Him. He needs to say bye. Trouble Cat, give your outro, please. You spent your time. I'm sorry the audio thing was. I don't know why it didn't work, but thank you for being here. Go ahead.
It's all right. Take problems happen. I will say I did enjoy the conversation. It did unfortunately get a bit dismissive at times, though that's what the D in Jaffe's name stands for. Aside from that, you can find me on Twitter on chat underscore cat. It's all the C's are K's. And thanks for having me on. I will see you guys later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for being here. Oh, we got to get the Vera shit though, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, like, when I saw you talk about Vera Dark, you said something. Again, I don't want to put the words in your mouth. You feel free to correct me. What I recall you saying is something like, "You are in that chair because of your hair and your face and your gender," and I'm just like, "Whoa, hold on. That sounds a whole bunch like just saying that she's a token, the same way that racists might say, hey, you're a token black person in this company or whatever." So, like, if I'm wrong about that interpretation, tell me.
No, so you're wrong-ish, but not entirely. So she had come at me and basically really had not done any research. She was making she really was sort of, in my opinion, this is all opinion, it's all subjective. I ain't looking for lawsuits. Got to be careful these days. You should got to be careful every day. That's important.
Don't worry, we know.
Yeah.
Rick and I know what's going on right now.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, the point is this though. I was talking about the Trump assassination ages ago when he in Pennsylvania or whatever. And I said on my tweet what probably a lot of people thought, whether they did or not, I don't care, which is I'm like, maybe that was real, but it's weird. Something suspicious about that. And I'm certainly not the first person to say it, but I certainly said it before a lot of people. And then a lot of people started going, it's a little weird. Why would the Secret Service let this guy get shot and then stand up and not only do a photo op and say fight, 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 but literally have an opening? The president-elect and former president had just been attempted to assassinate, and they literally leave his entire face open. Instead of, do you see what happened when Reagan was shot? That motherfucker, he got shot, and it was like a fucking Greek phalanx or whatever you call it that just kind of communed around him, and it was like a turtle that moved to the limousine to get him in and whisk him away to the hospital. So I was curious.
I recall seeing video of it, yeah.
Okay, so I was there. I didn't shoot him. Shut up. Now, although that's a hell of a story, though. You know who? It doesn't matter. But anyway, So
are you sure you're not like connecting dots here and like seeing patterns yourself?
What is going on right now?
Well, all you need. Okay, well here. We're going to get to the Vera stuff, but all I'm saying is look up James Brady, look up George Bush the first and Reagan's chief of staff, very buddy. They were business partners with the assassin's father, Hinckley's dad. And there is a lot of rumors amongst people there's one guy who wrote a book and he was dead 3 days later of suicide, including his own family, and the dog was shot. So the point is, there's some weird shit there. But anyway, and I don't know if I believe it.
Why do you not believe in cultural Marxism if you believe in all this?
Well, I believe in individuals in the White House who are an office away from the most powerful position in the world being able to be Machiavellian and not give a shit about other people. But this
can happen in a microcosm too, in a company. The same thing.
Okay,
same dynamics are at play.
Guess what I have? I have about 4 books that talk about this, including eyewitnesses that say it's real, and then they ended up dead. So if you want to show me that, or something, sort of a neighbor of that would apply at a video game company.
I'm just trying to understand what you were implying here. Can you just?
Oh, nothing. It? Oh, I'm going back to Vera Dark. I was just saying. Again, I have ADD. Shut up. Here's the point. I had made that comment about Trump, right? And that was kind of it. It was innocuous, whatever. And then a couple of weeks, months, whatever later, she's like, nah. He, really coming at me and lambasting me because I would have the gall, the unmitigated gall, to say and suggest that the assassination had been staged. Okay. And she says, and then when he said it, I'm getting there. I'm getting to Vera Dark. And then when he said it, says Vera Dark on her video, he holds up this book about the WWE and is like, see, this proves or something or whatever. You have to look at it. And I said, wait a minute. This is some horse shit. I literally had the author of a book on Vince McMahon, his biography, on my show. A guy who, by the way, has been removed from his company and for all kinds of horrible accusations of assault and kidnapping and all kinds of horrible shit. And he said, and you can see the tapes where Vince McMahon and Trump are close. Trump has been on the wrestling shows. Trump's wife was the head of the education department in his cabinet in his first group, in his first ruling, whatever. There's a connection there. And the whole book is about kayfabe. And if you watch professional wrestling, kayfabe, and don't worry, I'm looking at your numbers. You're fine. You're not losing anybody. Kayfabe is basically what it means when they're basically doing a bit. They're lying. The Rock really doesn't hate Stone Cold or whatever, right? And so Trump and McMahon use a lot of the same playbook to manipulate the audience and entertain the audience. And so that's what I was talking about. And she dismissively goes, he holds up this book about the WWE and acts like that means something. And then that's what I said this. Then I said, you know what? You don't do your research. You're not good at this job. You're totally throwing out the fact that the person I was quoting literally wrote a very well New York Times best-selling research biography on Vince McMahon that has an entire series of chapters on the Trump relationship and how it affected his presidency. This is not just some book about the WWE. And then I said, the only reason you have that audience is because that you're in that chair is because you're a woman, you're attractive, and you have that really cool red hair. That's what I said.
You stand by this statement.
Oh, yeah. No. Yes and no. I stand by the fact that a large
signals, buddy.
Well,
right?
okay. Since that time, I did learn that she does more game streaming, and so let's say she's also possibly entertaining. Let's say she plays games well. People like to watch her games. Game. Okay, cool, great. Okay, so the statement would have been incorrect, which is the only reason. There may be people that genuinely enjoy watching her play Final Fantasy. I don't know what she plays. Okay, but do I also agree that a meaningful and probable majority reason for her success is she is a woman in a nerd-based space that's attractive enough for most people. She's kind of got that nerd look going on to basically get the simps, which has been a proven commodity. Hang on, I'm not done. And she has really striking red hair, so she's got like a memorable gimmick in the same way Tucker Carlson had like the bow tie. Do I stand by that? Yeah.
So two things.
Yeah.
One, I'm being told, and you can correct me if I'll get to that point second because I don't know. But what I will say is, do you think, what is the difference between what you just said about Vera and someone saying the only reason this game developer has a position is because they're hot and the director just wanted to hire them so maybe they could smash?
Well, you've let's forget the they could smash. That's a whole different thing. But if you're saying that the only reason, say it again, the only reason,
the main reason they may be good at their job and qualified, but the only reason they're getting it and a straight white male isn't getting it is because they're a female and the boss wants something pretty to look at, right?
Happens all the time.
Okay. I mean, but someone saying that to a games developer who has done work in the industry would be entirely inappropriate. You would probably, I'm inferring, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, you would call them out. You'd say, what you misogynistic piece of shit.
No, this is what people don't understand. People in the chat go, but what you said was sexist. Yeah, it probably was. Sometimes sexism, if you say something that's sexist, it can also be true. It wasn't misogynistic, but was there aspects of sexism in it? Of course. It was meant to be a dig. It was meant to hurt. It was meant to be something that was mean. So what? Let me ask you a question. Do you think a large percentage, you know who Vera Dark is?
I don't. I'm vaguely familiar.
I do.
Do you guys think a meaningful percentage of her success on YouTube has come from the fact that she is an attractive enough, geeky looking woman?
Probably. I think that's the case with a lot of female YouTubers and streamers.
Right. And just like King, a black man said earlier on the stream when he was talking about, you guys said at the very beginning of the stream, where there's smoke, there's fire. Sometimes.
Okay,
no, wait. It's important. It's relevant. It's Jermaine. I promise. Not Jermaine. It's Michael. Shimon. Shh. Listen, I swear to God it's true. But the fact of the matter is, it's a lot more likely that Ubisoft, instead of having a checklist for Assassin's Creed Shadows, there was a sense of, the younger audiences might vibe more with kind of a black dude as this badass samurai. That's a cool visual. And we've already got games like Ghost of Tsushima where we've got the samurai Japanese guy. And we've already got the movie with Tom Cruise. You know what we haven't seen? Like a badass fucking black samurai guy, like Samuel Jackson as a fucking samurai. Cool, man. Let's do it. That's more likely. Okay. So in this case, what is that racist? I don't know. The fact that King had, things can be racist. Things can be racist and also true.
I have to address this because
that is
this
true,
is
yeah.
wild to me, okay?
Yeah.
This is something that I know a lot of female streamers, they fear, they worry about, that they are not taken seriously. Because
Who gives a
people
shit?
make these comments. I give a shit.
I don't.
Right? And I'll tell you why. Let me land the plane here. Let me talk to you about this, right? Is these people put time, effort, energy into their work, and they're reduced, right? Usually as a dig. You're correct. Usually people, when they want to hurt them, they'll use this as a dig, saying, the only reason you got a position that you got is because you're hot.
Yep.
And people want to look at your.
And guess what? It was meant to be a dig. You know why?
I understand, but
right before I said that, she said to me, basically, you are so incorrect and dumb that you would bring up a book about the WWE, which I had researched and read and taken notes. And then I went the extra mile that most of these jerk-offs don't do and brought the motherfucking author on my stream for a 2-hour fucking conversation. Okay,
but
so if she
difference that she insulted your intelligence, you insulted her sexuality.
No, I did not. I did not insult her
Gender.
sexuality.
You said the only reason she has any success is because she's a female.
That's not insulting it.
That is insulting her. That is
insulting her. That's not insulting her gender.
But
you got to choose your words, man.
Lens of, or through that angle of, and it's a problem in this space.
And I don't care.
I don't think you should stand by this. That's all I'm saying.
I don't give a shit. The fact is, here. Hang on. Let me address this.
Sure.
The fact of the matter when it comes to Vera Dark, and again, like I said, I'm like King said, it's okay to say you were wrong. After that blew up, I did a little bit more research on her, which I probably should have done before. But you know what? She didn't do it on me, so fuck her. But the fact is, when I did a little bit more research, I was like, yeah. Okay, she games. She actually I have some good opinions on that. But I still stand by. I'm not going to sit here and be performative. Okay? The fact is, if she looked like you or me and wasn't a woman, she would have to basically find her way in different. It's entertainment, man. We're not talking.
If I wasn't an attractive man,
Come on,
I
man.
would
Come
have
on.
to. What do you mean?
Come on, man.
Before this gets too spicy, let me jump in here real quick because
Go ahead.
Here's the thing. I'm not a progressive like you, Wick, and I do generally think that definitely when it comes to a woman who's online, who's on camera, who's doing streams or videos, some of that's going to be attractiveness. That's
yes. By the way, and it doesn't have to. You can be the ugliest human in the world, but if you are smart and whip smart and researched and well-spoken, people show up. One of her bag of tricks.
That's me, by the way.
That's me too. I ain't showing up because my hairline.
You guys get it all because of your talent, and women, those people.
I also get it because of my history. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I also will acquiesce the fact that I have a bigger audience than most, in part because of my history that was built on the back of Sony's money. If I didn't do God of War and Twisted Metal, I wouldn't have any fucking bona fides. Nobody would at least originally start watching me. So we all bring our own ability to compete, and you cannot tell me in a space dominated by men and geeks that look at hot women and go, that's somebody that I want to watch talk about video games. I'm sorry, you guys just spent half the stream talking about, why can't my fucking video games girls be big titty girls? Where are the big titty girls? You can't be that and then act like I'm running afoul of logic by going, oh, well, that's what a lot of women video game streamers do.
I agree with you. I don't agree politically with Melanie Mack. I guarantee you at least part of the reason she has an audience because she's an attractive woman.
Of course.
I get it. I get it. But here's... So my complaint's a little bit different, if you don't mind. For me, it's more like, okay, we understand that it's not has nothing to do with not nothing to do, but in part, she has. Hold on, I'm trying to word this properly to not. I want to make sure that I mean what I say. It's something like we can all admit that you have an attractive woman who's a streamer, whether she does a good job or not, she's going to get some popularity from the fact that she's attractive. If she does a good job, she might get more popularity, but the attractiveness is always going to be part of the equation.
Especially in an entertainment industry. It's not like you hire Sydney Sweeney without going, hey, she's fucking hot, and she happens to be a decent actress. That's what it is. It's a visual medium.
But to me, that is the same type of logic as hiring anybody else for their essential attributes in any other workplace.
Cool.
Right? But when we were talking about the whole DEI hires, the diversity hires thing, and I was pointing out, well, it is sort of the same thing, that you might have attractive woman as your preferred streamer, and then she ends up getting a career. It's the same type of logic. It's not completely based on merit. It's the same type of logic.
It's absolutely based on merit.
I'm gonna hire the black guy to go into this position, even if he's not the most qualified for the position, because of his essential.
It's not an accurate comparison. Part of the YouTube qualification is getting people to watch. If part of what gets people to watch, even at the beginning, is the streamer is really fucking attractive, then that's one of the qualifications that they bring to their job. Now, does that mean they can hold the attention of the audience? No, I think we've both seen plenty of really attractive streamers that rise up real fast and then crash and burn because they have nothing to offer and porn is free on the internet. Sorry, Mutant Mo, but it is. And in that, but it is part of the package, just like it's part of the package if you're going to hire an actress for the leading role in a movie or TV show, or if you're going to hire a singer. Back when I was a kid, I'm 53, you had people like Christopher Cross who sang Sailing, who looked basically like the guy who bags your groceries at the Safeway. He couldn't get arrested today in the music business. Now they look like Taylor Swift. They look like Harry Styles. But back then it was just about the musical talent and the ability to write your own music. That is the entertainment business. I'm not going to apologize for simply pointing out what everybody knows is true. You guys are just too scared to admit it.
Here's the thing. Attractive women
I'll admit it, because you said it was sexist, and you said it's sexist, but that's how it is. And I agree with you. It's sexist is how it is. But my point here.
I am not a sexist person, but I do believe in that statement that is sexist.
Okay. But no, before you go, I got to get this out or I'll forget it. Here's the thing. Attractive women are
That's what she said.
Like, you can't just get to Vera's level just by being attractive. You just can't. You just can't. Because there's so many. There's tons. I agree with that.
Who's the girl on Twitch? Who's the girl on Twitch that did nothing but sit in the hot tub? What was that girl who all she did was sit in the hot tub?
Was it Morgue Pie, I think?
No. It wasn't
thousands
Aphmau,
of girls who tried that. She succeeded and they failed because she didn't have. There's a difference.
I don't care. And guess what? Twitch. What's your name? Wick TV. I keep putting the T in front of the Wick.
Quick, like a white man. Quick.
Will Wheaton. I understand. The fact is that. I also don't get to my position just because I read a book about the WWE or just because I say things that are controversial.
You got into an echo chamber, which convinced you that this was a stage thing. And I think you like tinfoil hat time, right?
Okay. Regardless of what you think about it, the point is just like in life, we all have our bag of hammers. We also have our bag of little boons that we get when we're born or when we're educated or that we have certain life experiences. And I do not deny anyone in this culture, which is dog eat dog. We don't take care of our people. Social safety nets in America are shit. I don't deny anyone's success that they build on anything they can as long as it's not breaking the law or hurting other people. But don't sit here, as the kids like to say, and piss on my leg and tell me it's raining and tell me I'm supposed to believe and be performative when I say that there are a lot of YouTube streamers that are women in the nerd space that don't have a meaningful leg up because they are really, really traditionally attractive.
I think that's true. Yes. My point here is different from yours, Wick, because it is sexist, but it is normal because the qualifications of the YouTube jobs select for women disproportionately. That seems to be the point, and I agree with that point. The point that I'm making is that when you do have either, if not legislatively, but a culture of diversity within a workplace, it becomes racist but normal to value a black person in a job because the qualifications of that job now select for you being black. Or
Sure, but it's also racist not to hire black people because they're black, right?
Sorry, what?
It's also racist not to hire black people or women or trans people or LGBT people because they're not the norm, right? That's also racist.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason that all these initiatives exist to begin with is because the playing field is not level.
How do you mean?
How do I mean? I mean that if you are, let's put it this way. When I worked in the video game business, I owned or co-owned 2 companies in the last 10 years of my, or maybe like 8 years of my work in gaming. Out of all that time, the number of black programming candidates that we got at Bartlett Jones was 0, or at least that were good enough to be called in for an interview. They may have been black. We don't know. We never got a black guy. We may have gotten 1 black guy come in at Eat, Sleep, Play. Okay. So do I think that's because black people are not, just as a race of folks not capable of programming video games? I know that's not true because I know a number of great black programmers that have contributed mightily, including the guy who created the home video game console was a black guy. I think my guess is it has more to do with opportunity that comes from systemic racism in this country that keeps them out of neighborhoods that can afford computers at the library, computers at the school, computer classes, all kinds of opportunities like that. So my take is that playing field is probably not level. And so the very nature of hires not happening because people are racist or because people aren't qualified because of racist reasons kind of tries to counteract those behaviors of our society.
Right. Okay. I understand everything that you're saying. But nonetheless, they're still less qualified, though. Because you just mentioned that it's due to racism that they're not as qualified. But they're still not as qualified.
Maybe.
So if you're hiring people who aren't as qualified, but you're hiring them for that racial diverse reason, how do you not fall into the competency crisis that I mentioned earlier?
I think you have to basically be aware of it. I mean, I would never hire anyone that's not qualified because my end goal is I serve the gamer, as they say kind of in the West Wing, but I'll paraphrase, I serve at the pleasure of the gamer. I always put the gamer first when I was working in video games. But end of the day, are there people who may not? Sure. But I would like to think that most of these companies are not going to be bringing on people at decision-making levels or code creating or main design levels that are not qualified. You might have somebody that scores a little bit less on his test or whatever. But I've never seen a case where they've brought in somebody that was not qualified at all, let alone just because they were of a certain race or gender or sexual, whatever. Never seen it, but I'm sure it happens.
Right. And I mean, I get the argument when it comes to black people. I don't necessarily get it when it comes to gay or trans people because those communities do not have the problem of intergenerational wealth that black people do in the States.
Sure, but when somebody walks in for an interview, I can't see, what's betwixt their legs or what gets them wet or what gets them hard. I can see if it's a black guy or a person of color.
True, but I mean, some people are pretty flamboyant. You can kind of tell.
That doesn't mean they're gay. Did you see the guy? Do you see the guy we were just arguing with on the stream, Jack or whatever his name was? Come on.
You think?
Listen.
I don't think he's gay. I don't think he's.
So don't worry
I don't think he's gay at all because he says he's married and he likes these waifu girls. But I definitely think he presents as what the stereotypical image of a gay man
flamboyant.
is.
If you didn't know anything else, and you just saw him just talking about nothing, you would tag him as gay.
If I used flamboyancy as the litmus test, like Dev clearly does.
That was a joke.
I know, but
I can make that joke because I'm bisexual, so I have the pass. It turns out
only half of you can make that joke.
Only half. Yeah. So my actual comment is that this sounds like a problem that cannot be fixed at the hiring level. It has to be fixed at the education level.
Oh, so, God, and the societal level. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but this is why I think that these diversity initiatives at the hiring level end up being worse, not better for these people because they end up going into careers that they can't actually manage. This is what's the name of the principal? I know you know.
Mr. Belding.
No. So no. There's a principle where if you have this is not in hiring, but it's in post-secondary education. If you have a college program and you decide to admit somebody for like racial minority reasons when they don't actually meet the qualifications. Yeah, no, it's affirmative action, but there's a specific problem with it. But here's how it goes. So let's say that like you have someone who's from a racial minority. They apply to this college program. They don't really qualify to get in, but you let them in anyway because we want to help.
Placement issues.
Yeah. So what happens is this person comes into the program. He maybe gets a student loan to be in the program, and then like he ends up failing out because even though he got brought into the program, he can't keep up with the program.
Great.
So even though he was given this diversity placement, he still cannot rise up to the next level of passing the classes.
Oh,
and
no,
so
whatever will we do about all that? And let's not forget the average white male who basically gets up and up and up and promoted and gets all kinds of benefits they haven't actually earned simply because they're the average white male. Are you really basically saying that you've got to be in your bonnet over the fact that there are black folks or trans folks or Indian folks or whatever, take your minority pick, that are in positions that they may not have earned when you have an entire culture that has gone back to the beginning of the founding of this country where all you need to be is white and straight and the world is your fucking oyster, at least compared to those other people. Come on, man.
No, I'm not saying any of this. What I'm actually saying is that this actually hurts the black people.
Well, King was let talk to a black person then. I don't have that evidence.
Well, let me just present to you the logic, okay? Because let's say you're a black person, your GPA is not quite at the ability to get into this program, but you get let in for diversity reasons. You can't keep up with the program. You fail out of the program. Now on your record, you have a dropout. You have a student loan that has to be paid off with no degree. You're even in a worse position than you were before. So in this way, and I have seen this happen in my experience in academia. So in this way, if you try to push the diversity placement stuff too much, you actually end up hurting the minorities you're trying to help.
So I'll give you an example that happened in America that we could talk about, that we could see, we have data on. Like, so in the early 2000s, late 90s, California changed its law in college admissions. Before they had like racial quotas basically for state colleges, right? That they had to have a certain amount. And minority students were underperforming. They were getting less GPAs. They were graduating less frequently and things
Why?
like that. But once they, because of the placement problem we talked about. But once they removed the quotas, right, then suddenly you had a spike in African American and other minorities being able to perform well because they were put into colleges that suited their level of education and preparation.
Cool.
So they were able to be placed in positions to which they could succeed because they had the proper upbringing for that, right? But when you try to, because of a misguided sense of wanting to help them, put them in a high-level position which they are not prepared for, and I agree with you, the reason they're not prepared for could be racially motivated and things like that, but that, honestly, at the end of the day, doesn't matter because they're not prepared for it.
Okay, so do you have the stats? I believe you have the stats to say at this time when, I don't know what we're calling it, let's call it affirmative action. It may have been that. When affirmative action in this case was implemented, the rate of, let's just take black men in this college was X percent. And after affirmative action was implemented, it went up to Y percent. But like you said, the washout rate or the poor success rate was high. And the minute they got rid of that, you're saying that the success rate was high. Okay.
Right.
Do you have, right, great. Where are the stats for what those black men were doing in terms of GPA and success rates and all that before affirmative action was implemented?
Oh, before they even put it in.
Sure, because one would assume the reason they implemented it was because these black people who suddenly showed up in college, either they were applying before affirmative action and getting in and failing or succeeding. But if they were getting in and succeeding, you wouldn't have needed affirmative action in the first place. So I can only assume what was happening is that there weren't a lot of black folks to begin with before they put affirmative action in place. And maybe what you saw because of that, and I'm just guessing, I'm spitballing here, I don't have the evidence, is that maybe what you saw was, yes, you saw unqualified people wash out, but what you didn't see was other black men and boys growing up seeing other black men attending colleges and going, I can do that too. I'm represented now when I see college football and there's black guys in the stands. I can go to USC. I can go to Harvard. I can go wherever. Because suddenly these people don't just appear out of magical thin air. How did they get them when they weren't there before?
Is this the Whoopi Goldberg argument, basically, with
I-
Nicole Nichols?
I like Whoopi. She was great in Ghost. She's in The Color Purple, and she goes up to Mister and says, "Anything come from me?" And he says, and he wants to fuck Suge Avery, but I don't know about that.
Right. So, Nicole Nichols was Uhura on Star Trek, and Whoopi Goldberg was inspired to become an actress because of seeing Uhura on Star Trek and being like,
Oh, okay.
There's a black person on Star Trek in the future, and they're not just sweeping the floors. She's a communications officer.
Excellent.
And so
right?
she became. Yeah. That's basically the argument you're making. Yeah.
Well, that is, I don't have evidence for it, so I'm not making an argument, but I'm saying what I'm asking. It's more of a question.
Possibility. And
Right. I'm asking where did these people come from that are suddenly black men and performing well at college? Because if they were there before affirmative action was implemented, you wouldn't have needed to implement affirmative action. So what caused the shift?
So because there's no evidence on this right now, let me see if I can at least like lay out the hypothesis, because this is an argument, it's a hypothesis at this point. The hypothesis is something like, even if a person of some minority is not qualified to be in a position, and diversity brings them in, some sort of diversity initiative brings them into that position, even if it doesn't work out well for them, the fact that they are visible in that position will inspire the next generation of that minority coming up, and they'll be like, oh, I can actually do this, and then they will be more qualified in the next generation to actually come up and then be in that position properly.
My guess is that's a possibility. I don't know if that's true, but it's just something I'm throwing out there.
It's possible. I mean, I also don't know. It does kind of sound like the progressive wet dream. I'm not sure how effective it would be, but
let me ask you this real quick.
It's impossible to do.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where they came from, but here's the other question. When you keep talking about people being hired who are not qualified, I have never really seen any affirmative action policies when I worked at companies or when I owned companies. Does it say to the company, if you have someone who's not qualified, but they're black, and someone who is, but they're white, you must hire the black person? Or is there language in the law that says, well, yeah, everybody's got to be able to perform at a level that says they can do the job. And then all those things being equal enough, because it's never equal, then if you are making a diversity hire, then those aspects can fill the bucket and weigh it down in favor of the minority. Like, because you guys keep sharing this idea that all these people that get hired are not qualified to do the job.
No,
and
that's not what we're saying.
that's exactly what you've been saying for the last 4 hours.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know about
Okay, so that's my question: is does it have that? Does it have that language that says, well, you know, you can't apply to American Airlines and you never flown a fucking airplane, but you know what? If you're black, fuck it, get in that cockpit, you old black American, and take that job from the white guy who's been flying for 20 years. Because that's what a lot of you guys make it sound like. I assume there's language in the affirmative action law to say that, well, you can't do that.
The funny thing is, if you gave me enough time, I could probably find you an example from an airline that said pretty much just that. Black applicants just needed like grade 11 science or something. I have to go dig that up. I saw it like a year ago. I probably could find it, but it's going to be tough. However, for me, I can't give you any actual first-hand information about the private sector.
Yeah.
I can tell you academia and government. I have seen many times like whites need not apply. I have seen that stated directly in the application.
But that is because it is a legal diversity hire. But does it also say it doesn't matter if the person we bring on is unqualified?
I don't think so.
Okay, then so what?
Well, okay, so
I mean, if it's a diversity hire and you're saying they still have to be qualified, all the other standard hiring issues still apply. If you're just mad that there's diversity hires, I would say, okay, well, get in line behind black people who are probably mad about a whole litany of things that, you know, our government has done that has not necessarily been in their favor. I don't know, bombing, you know, Black Wall Street could be the start, or Tulsa, or the Tuskegee experiments. I mean, I could give you a list of 1,000 things in the next 2 hours.
I understand that. For me, I'm definitely much more of a meritocrat. I'd rather be colorblind for race and simply choose the best people regardless of their race.
Sure, that's a lot of fun when you're a white guy or you're a white presenting guy like you, me, and
wait. Why would it be though?
Well, because
if we're only judging based on merit, why would that privilege white people?
Because there's never a job that you might lose because someone is a diversity hire who is still just as qualified or qualified enough, but basically the applicant pool shrinks for you if you were a white guy. Right?
Can you reword that in like a different way?
So let's say there are 20 jobs, and legally speaking, this company does affirmative action or this college does affirmative action. And by law, by affirmative action, they have to say 5 of these have to be qualified people of color, or you at least have to have that job rec open for a year. Activision had this go on, by the way, open for a year before you fill it with someone that doesn't deal or doesn't check off any of these boxes in terms of diversity. Okay. So now if you're a white guy and there are 20 jobs, there's really only 15 jobs, at least for a year. So if you're a white guy, of course you just want to say, let's just hire on merit because you're going to have more.
Why couldn't black people perform on merit and succeed on merit?
They absolutely could.
Okay, so why do we need?
Because we have a society in which, let's just take black men. We have a society in which men who are black are disproportionately in schools or not the same number. It's not per capita, or it is per capita. Schools and education systems and libraries where government fund, like every library I go to in my neighborhood, which is very white and Indian and very wealthy, has computers, top of the line computers. Every school has computer rooms. Kids get iPads. Kids are brought up when you are in an affluent area or an affluent enough area with access to technology that gets them comfortable with games and programming and the internet. That is why, because you're not going to see as many people applying for those jobs.
I don't believe you.
Okay, I don't care.
I think that. Oh no, here's a.
You want
facts?
Year
of our Lord 2025 that my black brothers and sisters can perform and even exceed like the talents of their white brothers and sisters.
Who the fuck said anything other than that? Nobody said they couldn't.
You are implying that with what you were saying.
I am implying that if you are raised without access to the very things that make you want to be a programmer, let alone know that it's a job and that it's a job you want, you are going to be more or less likely to say that's a career path for me. Nobody said they don't have the ability to do the same, but that's why this argument started with us going, it's not a level playing field.
What you are saying is that because they do not have access at the grade school and they aren't raised with the access and the same resources, and therefore, currently now, they are not as qualified or as good.
No, I did. Well, that's true. Yes.
That is what you were saying.
That is if you were raised with
what that means. Yes, absolutely.
You simply saying something without giving me a chance to respond. Here's 2 things it could mean. It could mean, more importantly, that you're not going to see as many people applying for jobs in that sector because those people were not raised to see that as a viable path forward for them. Just like me at 5'6", I never really looked at the NFL as a real option for me, right? It just wasn't presented to me as that way. That's one reason. The other reason is even if, let's say in college, you started picking up on this because you were able to go to a college that had access to computers and go, shit, I could be a programmer. By the time you're 26 and a guy who came up with this, who's white, is 26, that 26-year-old's going to still have more experience than you. Thus, hey, let's put into place affirmative action and make sure that 5 of these jobs, as long as they're qualified, we're going to try to fill with people of color. Why does that bother you so much? You tell me that you don't think that that's a realistic scenario I just painted?
What it implies. Go ahead.
You're more liberal than I am in that sense. You're worried about what it implies and the performative nature of it and what it looks like. Same thing with the Vera Dark thing.
No, it's not.
I don't care what it implies. It's what it is.
The results it leads to, and I think that how our society views people of color matters.
Yeah, it does.
It does. Optics matter. Right?
Of course, but if you think the optics of it
sets them up to be seen by the general public, regardless of their actual merit, as less merit, like less able because of all the things that you just mentioned, it's a problem.
I think it's only a problem with education for white people, frankly, because I don't look at that as a negative for black people. I look at that and go, well, yeah. They get the short end, the shit end of the stick because our society is built on systemic racism. So just like I want to have, ramps and buildings for people who are in wheelchairs because they can't walk around like people who have legs, if you are competing in a systemically racist society, I want to have the metaphorical version of ramps for people that suffer under that racism. Sorry.
For Taku, go ahead. I think we've hit a wall.
We've hit a wall. Let's move on. Actually, I gotta go pee and I gotta wrap up. So, and I think I think we've done good, right? Yeah. No, I'm not gonna go pee. Let's just wrap it up.
I'll get my final point out then, because I do want to chip in here one last time, basically, before we all go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah. See, my view of it is, if you have a purely meritocratic system,
yeah,
and you have 20 jobs, and you have 5 black applicants, and those 5 black applicants are all the best people for the job, they're going to get those jobs anyway, with or without those 5 black slots set aside for minorities.
It doesn't work in a vacuum like that. If those the assumption that those 5 black people are out there, and like I said, we never got one black person coming into our business to apply for a programming position ever. Okay. So
if that's the case,
yeah.
Let's say that you're the hiring guy.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have a choice right now to hire white guy who is, just again hypothetically, 10% better than black guy, but they still both meet the minimum qualifications for the job, but the white guy is 10% better. Who do you hire?
What is the am I dealing with affirmative action or just my moral day?
Your moral view on this.
You know, I would look at the position and I would say, if this is a crucial linchpin position, let's just take video games. If I am hiring the CTO of the company, I'm going to go with the white guy. If I don't have an open application that I have to hire good enough, that's a diversity hire. But if it's not one of those positions, then I'm going to say, okay, this is an important position. And I do think not only as a human, but legally, I would have a responsibility to fill these 5 diversity hires. And as long as that person does meet the requirements that we've been able to set out for the job, they can do the job. Would it be great if they could get 10% better? Sure. But you know what would be greater in my mind? If we could be a little less racist. So yeah, I'll take the black guy.
Okay. Is that less racist?
Hold
yes,
on.
It is.
Or Dev. I'm sorry, Dev. I know he has to go, so I'm going to let him go. But I have one question for you before you go.
For me?
So stay just a moment after we let our friend go.
Sure.
You have to go. I understand. Remind people what you're doing tomorrow and stuff like that. Go ahead.
Me? We all have different Brady Bunch squares, so I don't know who this is. Is this me?
Oh, so I apologize.
Yeah.
Jaffe.
Yeah. If you were not a diversity hire, you would have known where to point. I'm just saying.
True, I am black on the inside.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you're not. I guarantee you, if I start playing like Aretha Franklin's "Think," you ain't even gonna bop your knee. You're just gonna sit there. That's a nice ditty.
Well, challenge me on this. But go ahead.
Despite politically disagreeing with you, I do appreciate.
Of course, what fun! I had a great time, you guys. I really appreciate it. And by the way, the minute I leave this chat, I will answer the super chats in mine before I take off. I don't think you'll see me on screen. I don't know what you'll see, but if on the chance that I don't get to your super chat tomorrow at 2:00 or after my interview, I will do your super chat. Okay. But yes, so I'm David Jaffe. I have a YouTube channel. I have a Twitter account, Gabbin and Games. I do a show in the morning, a show in the afternoon, usually. Tomorrow, Alyssa Mercante is coming on the show for an interview. The first hour and a half, we're just going to talk about her career at Kotaku, talk about some of the controversies, not all of them, talk about just the news of the day, the video game industry that we both love. And then we're going to open it up to phone calls, as long as they're kind and not, you can be as accusatory, or, because I know a lot of you guys don't like her, and that's fine. She knows. But you can't do hate speech. You can't be an asshole. But yeah, call in and be a regular human. And we'd love to have you. That's 2:00 tomorrow on the show. Thank you guys. And seriously, Wick, this is the first time I heard of your channel. I was so glad I got introduced to it by Tony. This is really fucking great. What a lot of fun. We don't have to agree to be pals, you guys. And so, although that John guy, fuck that guy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Actually, I just got a message. Why have you blocked me?
Me? Me?
This is from Smash JT.
Oh, fuck that guy. Me? Why did I block him?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that guy. Fuck yeah, I'm going to block that guy. I can't stand that guy.
I don't know who
he's been nice to me all the time.
Yeah, well, he also said, he basically retweeted a politician standing in front of the Supreme Court on a day that trans rights were decimated, and basically said, the guy in the tweet that he retweeted, aka, hey, I support this, I believe this, that we will not rest until the trans ideology is removed from the entire world, okay? Not only do I have LGBT folks in my family, I have a beautiful, amazing, creative, brilliant trans son, and fuck that guy. I support his right to have whatever stupid fucking opinions he wants. He has a right to have his channel and spread his bile wherever the fuck he wants to. But do not come and act like I'm going to have a fucking sit down with you, especially after I had him on my show, or I went on his show a year ago and I walked him through the process of my son coming out and all of this stuff and all the due diligence that we did, and therapists and doctors and really making sure. And then he goes on X number of months later to talk about I'm a shitty father. Fuck that guy up his dumb fucking butthole.
Fair enough.
Goddamn right.
I was on his show maybe 3 months ago, and I talked to him about like what gender dysphoria was and how it works. And
I don't give a fuck. I am not interested in hearing anything about that guy ever again. You do not.
Fair enough.
You can say, "Oh, lefties, stop calling us Nazis." That's fine. But I tell you what, the minute you fucking repost somebody saying, "I want to wipe out basically trans people," or sorry, the trans ideology, what do you think he's fucking saying? From the face of the earth, you're a fucking Nazi. In my opinion, it's subjective. Trust me. Whatever this guy's name is, Smash JT or something.
Smash JT.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting him mixed up. Sorry. I'm sorry, Smash. Smash did that tweet. The guys whose show I went on was stuttering correct. Fuck that guy too. But no, Smash JT.
Really?
Yeah.
He's been really nice to me.
I don't give a fuck. Smash JT is the guy that tweeted that guy, retweeted that guy. I forget who it was, saying, let's wipe out trans ideology. Stay the fuck away from me if you know what's good for you.
I haven't seen the retweet. I haven't seen the retweet, but like...
I don't give a shit. You're not going to convince me. I don't want to talk about it. I don't give a fuck if he sucks your dick every night and pays you $1 million for doing it. It's not... He's off my radar. He's out of my life. I don't want to hear about him.
Okay, thank you for being on the show. I did appreciate it. It was fun, and I'll start with you later.
What fun.
Bye,
Bye, you guys. Thanks, everybody.
This was fun.
Absolutely. See you, Dev. See you, Twick. God, I know it's Twick. Twitch, Twick, Wick. White, Wesley,
like John
Will.
Wick. Think John Wick. Wick.
Yeah, that's what I'll think about when I think of you.
H.
Absolutely. Okay, listen, Wick. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Bye.
no problem. See you later.
All right, there we go, boys. Okay, let me get these super chats real quick. Let's see. Hang on. Okay, sorry, I was looking at the chat. Okay, thank you guys for these. Xbox is trash, says Megadavo. Let me tell you something, pal. I don't know. I mean, you have every right in the goddamn world to love and hate consoles. For some reason, you care. But I'll tell you what, after seeing their showcase today, you can say Xbox is trash. You better, if you have a PlayStation, you better thank the fucking lucky gaming gods that you're going to be getting Doom, which looks staggeringly great. You're getting Indiana Jones, which is staggeringly great. You're going to be getting the Expedition 33 has a possibility, and then obviously Ninja Gaiden. Shut up. But thank you, Mega Dave. I love you. Kevin Sal, thank you, buddy. He says, how many rods are hard right now between the 5 of you, and who will burst first? Again, Kevin, I need you into therapy by Monday. You need to talk to your doctor about this. Thank you, buddy. Swiss Dave, thank you, buddy, for the super chat. He says, look, lots of grifters use DEI for disingenuous takes. If The Sims had released today, you would have countless channels creating content on how woke it is that the game allows same-sex interracial couples. You're goddamn right, Swiss. You're right. But hey, there's money in them there hills. People make money by being that. And then finally, glasses. This is Thazah. Glasses meaning whick. Says, you're being real condescending. Jaffe preach. I mean, I like those guys. Look, I mean, it's not a bit when I say we don't have to agree to be pals. You know, the difference is with somebody like that guy, that JT guy. That's different. That's somebody who literally is reposting and spreading just what I would consider, in my opinion, very hateful mentality. That I can't be a part of. But just because I disagree with some of these guys over their take on how things are going, you know, I'm going to show up and debate for real. But, you know, they have a right for their opinions. And just like I'm sure they support my right to be wrong, I support their right to be uneducated, wrong, and not researched. All right, Tech Protect. I'm going to pee, then I'm going to give you a call real quick, see how the day went, talk about tomorrow, and then wrap it up. But you guys, seriously, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending some time. Consider a like to the stream. Consider a membership if you want to support it. Consider a subscription. And Johnny Utah gets the last one in. Thank you, buddy. He says, you killed it, Jaffe. Thank you for the super chat. I'm proud to be a member of the channel. By the way, eat me. I'm sorry, sir. I won't do it. There's nothing grosser. Unless you got $1 billion. Unless you got $1 billion. Because then, if you're a hobo... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Johnny Utah, thank you, buddy. All right, buddy. Thank you. I'm out. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye.